Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to get to some important updates, and then we'll break down President Donald J. Trump, an exclusive interview with the BBC, and obviously headed here to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I want to talk about immigration this morning. Hey, how are you? At Dawn Stensland on X. Philadelphia Inquirer focusing on a story, and this is a follow-up of in South Philadelphia when ICE officers, law enforcement officers, were trying to make some arrests. And the arrests of 5 of these illegals. These are Guatemalan illegals. And the Inquirer describes this as complications in a city that has long welcomed newcomers. Remember this term, newcomers. We were not supposed to say immigrants, illegals, illegal immigrants, aliens. But remember, President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden, former First Lady, they at the time had said, newcomers, that's what you should call these individuals who have come into our country illegally. And so in this one, the Inquirer focusing on that arrest as ICE, clearly marked vehicles. They always wear the bulletproof vest with law enforcement, ICE, or some kind of police, markings that they have with badges. But as they were on video taking these men into custody, happened near 20th and Morris Streets, we had talked about it. And so what they're focusing on is the newcomers, but not necessarily talking about why. What was the impetus for that arrest? So I just want to point out to you, and I'll bring this full circle to another follow-up, and that is we're learning more about that co-founder of that legal cannabis, the pot farm in California. That I talked a lot about that last week because there's a real tie here. First of all, we're learning more about this very wealthy owner of this cannabis farm where they had those raids, where they're calling them raids. These were very targeted, specific. 361 illegals, these workers who were there at this huge facility, cannabis growing facility. Well, first of all, Graham Farah, we're learning more about the co-founder of this. This guy, his firm, by the way, is worth more than $300 million if you look it up. And he is a huge contributor to Democrats in California, big shocker. In particular, Gavin Newsom, their governor, and donating in one donation alone, about 10 grand. Okay. So this guy is a 100% Democrat supporter, donor, supported by the governor, who, he's been to these events and galas and fundraisers for Gavin Newsom. But let's look at these statistics, because the news media has focused over and over that, these are innocent, hardworking family people. First of all, the number I want to bring to you, 14 children. 14 children were working there. Okay. These are children working, and they are illegally in this country. Who brought them here? And this is child labor. I think that we can all agree child labor is illegal. If your kid is like a model for like their gym shoe company, even then the parent has to be with them. There are tough restrictions on child labor. These kids working hard labor in the fields, and that's not appropriate. So they were rescued. This is a rescue of 14 children doing hard labor in the hot sun in California. Okay. Number 2, do you know how many of these illegals were working there that were rounded up by law enforcement, federal law enforcement, ICE, immigration, and National Guardsmen and women? 361. So that number. You're not hearing this. And as well, you had those protesters there. Where is the news? Where's the news media following up on the fact that if you look at some of the other video that has now been released, the one guy with a handgun, he fired multiple, not one, not two, multiple shots. He's firing at those ICE officers, at the National Guardsmen and women. This is attempted murder, people. Throwing these huge rocks, throwing IEDs and or explosives at these officers. This is a terrorist attack that happened on law enforcement as they were rounding up 361 illegal people with rap sheets, and I've talked about their rap sheets. This is what's going on. And this is wrong. The way that it's being reported, with the media complicit, saying, these are innocent workers, and, they're just protesters. No. This is not a protest. This is an act of terror. And the fact that it's being labeled as this by the media, labeled as some kind of a peaceful protest, no. This is attempted murder of law enforcement. It's disruptive. And they were attacking their vehicles, attacking the actual individuals who were there to enforce the law and arrest 361 people. I mean, that's not a small amount, as well as rescue 14 children from child labor. That's how it needs to be reported. Hard stop, period. Hard stop, New Jersey, as full stop. That's what Governor Phil Murphy. Oh, by the way, Zioli coming up at the bottom of the hour. So we've talked about the fact, other big talkers this morning, U.S. ice cream makers, American ice cream makers, they've announced, the vast majority of them, more than 90%, say they're stopping with the artificial dyes. That's another story. I think they should have already, but I'm glad they've been shamed into it. Good. Make ice cream great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sounds delicious. Hey, can I bring to the table Abby Phillip from CNN rebutting your commentary about the children over at the marijuana farm?
Sure.
I believe, and many people might believe, children should be subject to child labor laws.
Absolutely.
But it's true in this country that when it comes to agricultural work, they're not, and that includes marijuana farms. So the legality of their status is a separate issue, but the fact of children being there is not actually something that is necessarily illegal.
I have a really hard time believing
so there's that. So it's not unusual for there to be teenagers and working in a farm.
A 14-year-old can work at a marijuana growing.
It doesn't matter whether it's a marijuana farm or an apple farm.
A kid's can't work in a farm.
You're wrong, Abby.
It's agriculture. They're not.
If that's the law, that's outrageous.
They're cultivating it.
I don't know if Miss Abby, I don't know if you have kids or not, but even in the grocery store, you go to local Acme, you go to your local grocery store, what happens? If they're selling wine or beer, there's a lane in most grocery stores where you have to be 21 or older to sell alcoholic beverages. That's really commonplace. In most states, you have to be at least 18. So the premise that you have a substance that a child or an underage, 16 and under, whatever, should not be anywhere near this. And now they're saying it's okay to actually be there on the farm, on the cannabis farm. Nope. They're extremely strict. I've had friends who were I brought up models, let's just say, where you're posing for pictures in an air-conditioned studio, right? You have or acting or commercials. You think of how strict those laws are. And yes, even on the apple farms. If you own a local farm, I'd love to hear from you, because if you employ underage kids or teens at a farm, they are 100%, you can only work so many hours. I'll give you another example. If you are a lifeguard and you're under the age of 18, you can only work so many hours on a school night. You can only work so many hours in a week. You can only work so many hours in a row, and you have to get more break time and lunchtime and all of that. So there are very strict laws for labor, for when you call so-called child labor, and depending on the age. A 13-year-old, and that's why 13-year-olds can't lifeguard. 13-year-olds cannot work in a grocery store in which they're selling booze. Right?
You're telling me undocumented.
I'm not saying the undocumented.
I'm not talking about work at a marijuana farm.
I'm not talking about the undocumented part, but according to this statement, in this country, not just at farm, not at marijuana farms, at all
semantics.
Farms.
Look at the reality of what
I'm
we're
just
talking about. How did an unaccompanied, undocumented 14-year-old in the middle of the day?
I believe, and many people might believe, children should be subject to child labor laws.
Well, yes, we have child labor laws in America, Abby. I don't know what her background is as a news reporter. I can tell you that's the vast majority of my career is I started out as a news reporter. And so I've covered this across the country, the Midwest, the South. I mean, just across the country. Okay. And so if she doesn't know about child labor laws in the United States of America, check it out, Abby, because, they're pretty strict. And, go to your local grocery store, try to get a teen worker, and teens can bag the groceries or they can work in a restaurant, but they cannot serve the booze. So the fact that you have a substance that's marijuana, that's cannabis, but think about this. This is a guy whose company is worth $300 million. That's the listing. And this very wealthy man, this very privileged, because the left loves to talk about those wealthy, privileged 1%ers, right? And so here's this extremely wealthy guy who is now employing, if you will, and they're obviously off the books. And so employing children to work on his farm. I just want you to imagine, just for a moment, let's just say that you have a wealthy Republican. And let's say that wealthy Republican has a cannabis farm, or quite frankly, to Abby's point, any farm. And they have employed, they're paying under the table children to work on their farm. Can you even imagine what Abby would be, high-paid Abby, multimillionaire on CNN? Can you even imagine what she'd be saying? Give me a break. I cannot even believe that she's defending child labor, especially child slave labor, because they're here illegally, and the majority of them not with their parents. What does that mean? You know what that tells me? That they were brought here, then this is part of human trafficking. So the human traffickers, the cartels, they bring people in illegally, they sneak them in, and it's basically a form of slave labor. I think this is a common ground, common sense issue we can all agree on. This is bad. And by the way, not for nothing, but if you're one of the DC 33 or DC 47 workers that in DC 47 deciding whether or not they're going to strike in our area, by the way, if you support union labor, this is a threat to union labor. Unions are against this kind of taking advantage of people that are brought here, trafficked here, and this is a form of slave labor. I thought we were all against this. So that's my bottom line, 855-839-1210. We will get into some of the other stories, the class of 2025, and what it means for college graduates who are looking for jobs, unemployment numbers. We'll look at employment. We'll look at
they can work on a ganja
all
farm.
Of that. Pardon me?
They can work on a marijuana farm, according to Abby Phillip.
Well, that doesn't So if you're a college graduate
Yeah, you know what?
and you're going, plus that, I would submit to you that those jobs are not available because they're already being taken for cheap.
Touche.
Because I don't think that these individuals are being paid by that person who's worth $300 million. I don't think that these illegals and children are making a, quote, livable wage. Isn't it interesting how Democrats claim they care about the unions, but they don't care about the slave labor that's happening right underneath our noses? So we got that. We'll talk about Gen Z. We'll talk about college kids. And yes, we will get to President Trump and what he's saying this morning ahead of his trip to Pennsylvania. Hey, thanks for being here. Be right back.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as $3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So do we have time here, Dan Borowski, to get to President Trump to POTUS on the BBC? Because we have Zioli coming up at 10:30, and he's going to be broadcasting live from this biggity big, as I say, economic summit that was the idea of Dina, who's Mrs. Senator Dave McCormick, just giving the woman credit. Great woman behind every good man. And as I say, but this is President Trump coming to Pennsylvania, talking about jobs. They're going to make some big announcements and talking about Pennsylvania's economy, talking about steel and AI and all of that. So let's get into it if we can with President Trump. He usually, you know me, I always love to infuse a little Trump happiness. Yesterday, he was doing that live newser from the Oval yesterday, big announcement about Russia. But if we can, this is Trump, and they're hailing this as a BBC exclusive with Trump.
Yeah, so Don, we'll start with on his relationship overall with world leaders coming off that big meeting the other day with NATO. Take a listen.
I think it's maybe not all luck. It's like when you do it twice, it's a big difference. I also think that, over the years they've gotten to know me. This is not an easy crowd to break into, you understand. These are smart people heading up very, very successful, generally, countries. They're all Germany and France, Spain, and, big countries. And, I've gotten to know them over a period of years, and I think they've come to respect me and my decision-making.
So this is President Donald Trump speaking to BBC News. They're calling it an exclusive telephone interview, answering questions on everything from Russia's Vladimir Putin, NATO, the president's reflections on the 2024 attempt on his life here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We talked about that at great extent. But the BBC's chief North American correspondent, this is Gary O'Donoghue. He is interviewing President Trump. And let's listen in now as he talks about and reacts to his stance now on Putin, which, as we reported yesterday for the first time, as we heard from President Trump, and you heard it live here on the Dawn Show. But President Trump is, changing gears. He was trying to extend the olive branch, if you will, to get Putin to go for peace. But President Trump had said yesterday live that, that Putin will talk peace and then he will go ahead and bomb Ukraine again. So he made that big announcement of sending the arsenals, the Patriot weaponry, as well as other interceptors the way they're doing it, the pathway is to NATO, then NATO disseminates it to Ukraine. So here he is talking about Putin.
You've said you were 4 times close to a deal with Putin.
Yeah, I thought I had a deal 4 times.
Are you done with him? I mean, I know that sounds a simplistic thing.
But I'm disappointed in him. But I'm not done with him. But I'm disappointed in him. So we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something in Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
Do you trust him?
I trust almost nobody.
Except maybe his own instincts, I would add. And to the point of something that I talked a lot about last Friday, heading into the weekend, reflecting on, what July 13th, what a game changer it was, because so many people saw such a real raw moment in President Trump, who was at this point, when he was in Butler, PA, he was campaigning for re-election, a former president, a presidential candidate. And that instinct that kicked in as to the why. Why is it? What instinct, and this was the question to him, drew him to want to lift his fist and let the people, the crowd there in Butler, PA, know, fight, fight, fight. What was it? Listen in.
The moment you realised what had happened, and then the moment you realised you survived, what was your immediate thought, sir?
Well, it happened very quickly, and I'm not sure I had any conscious thought other than to say that I had to let the people know, because I knew they must have thought that it was a disaster. And I could tell it was like dead silence and everything. We had 55,000 people, and it was dead silence. And so, I assumed that they expected the worst.
Yes.
And so I had to let them know I was okay, which is what I did. That's why I tried to get up as quick as possible. They had a stretcher ready to go. I said, no, thank you. I actually had a big argument with them. They wanted me on a stretcher, and I said, nope, I'm not doing that.
So it pays to be stubborn. I could see that, because he is somebody who, think about President Trump as the businessman, as really a star, a television star. And remember that before, you have to think about the lives that he has lived as somebody who was a New York celebrity, who became a national and world celebrity, the ultimate brand manager, as I always say, and that's a tribute to the only brand manager in my life, Greg Stocker. But with Trump, he's the ultimate brand manager, isn't he? Because you think about the Trump name, what it meant as he altered and improved greatly the skyline of New York City, businessman, entrepreneur, right? And then worldwide, what he did, building, Trump hotels. If you've ever stayed in a Trump hotel, you know that word is synonymous with high quality, a quality stay. And then you think about his transition to being a television star on The Apprentice. That was a hit show for 16, 17 seasons. And then they were in reruns constantly, even when it wasn't a new show. So he was somebody who was a darling of the media, and his children as well, because remember, the eldest children, they were on The Apprentice. Oh, they were such media darlings until that moment and it wasn't even the moment at the escalator. Remember that. Nobody thought, thank goodness, that he would win. And so they thought, oh, this is great for ratings. What a bunch of fun we can have. Trump running as a Republican. They never imagined that he would win, and they underestimated him. Don't ever underestimate Donald J. Trump. That's one other lesson we've learned about him. And as he says, I never trust anybody. I do think that one of the keys to Donald J. Trump is that he trusts his own inner voice, his own instincts, business instincts, but that instinct as a leader to say, no, wait. And because he could hear the crowd and he could see that they were all in suspense, just making sure he was okay. That moment, fight. Iconic in the world, not just in America. That's a leader. And remember, even we played the video of, children in a remote village and fighting over, they were playing a game as to who's the leader. And this little kid, and he said, I'm Trump. fight, fight, fight. Remember that? So around the world, his name, his image became synonymous with a true leader, the heart of a lion. And even in small, remote places around the world, even young children playing games knew Donald J. Trump is synonymous with a true leader, not a politician, not representing D's or R's. And I think that's the breakthrough, that he's somebody very special in our time. You know who else is somebody very special in our time? The one and only Rich Zeoli. I'm still his Padawan. He's right around the corner. He's going to preview his big day live with President Trump. We'll be right back.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchip, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Zeoli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com. You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Pennsylvania front and center today with President Donald J. Trump. Will be here in Pennsylvania. This is by the invitation of one Senator Dave McCormick. It was Dina's idea, however, to do this, Mrs. Dave McCormick, but the Pittsburgh region will be on full display, world display, if you will, with President Trump and the leaders of the country's largest energy and technology companies. That's coming up today. And this is all courtesy of Pennsylvania U.S. Senator Dave McCormick hosting the first ever, the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. And they're going to announce a lot of things, such as a $70 billion investment, new investments in the state. You know who else?
I think they're blowing it up.
They're not blowing it up. That's Mama Zioli, the pride and joy and love of Mama Zioli's life. Her Richie. Don't mess with my Richie. Be careful with
I'm
my
right
Richie.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning, you.
How are you?
Good.
How you doing, Dawn?
Good. You're looking so tan and fit and thin. Every time.
I'm not on. I didn't realize I was on camera right now. Am I on camera?
You're not on camera. Yeah. Rich is like.
Cheryl, I can give you this.
Rich is like naked in his
Cheryl's here
bathroom.
helping me with the Wi-Fi and the internet because there's so many people here. This is an amazing event. So Cheryl's my angel, Dawn, who's helping me get logged in to be able to broadcast my show today on Zoom. So this is an amazing summit, and I'll tell you what, the security is very, very tight because Butler's just down the street. You know what I mean? So
Dan, thank you, Dan Borowski. So we and Greg, we've been promoting all morning that everybody needs to make sure that you are glued to the Zioli show because this is a very special live broadcast with President Trump, Dave McCormick, all these, industry moguls, and talking about Pennsylvania front and center, with energy, AI, the whole thing.
Yeah. And I just got my White House badge on so I can go on the riser to see the president later when he broadcast. We're going to take it live during the show today because I think he's scheduled to speak around 3:30. So I was able to get a little badge so I can go on the stage and maybe I can take some video for everybody and we'll carry it live. But Dina McCormick is the woman behind all this. Dave gave her the credit, and I was texting with Dina the other day about this, and I said that it's a tremendous for the amount of money and innovation and artificial intelligence for this to be the hub. And it's funny, I put on a green tie today, and I was thinking, well, green, I don't want anyone to think I'm protesting like green energy. And then I thought about it. Natural gas is green. There's no emissions. Nuclear, green. There's no emissions. This is the clean energy of tomorrow, of the future, and it's all right here in Pennsylvania. And that's what this summit is all about, empowering the future and bringing these tech companies here. And then the money that they're throwing to be part of this today, the massive investment. So there's a series of panels that are happening as we speak. One of them right now, and they've got the White House AI guys here. They've got I just saw Energy Secretary Christopher Wright. He's here today. Doug Burgum's here today. Oh
no, what happened?
Uh-oh.
We need his angel to fix the technical thingy.
Uh-oh.
Darn it.
He dropped off there. Yeah, we'll get him back.
Well, we get him back on. Let me just talk about this for a moment. Just some of the factoids that data centers with companies like Pittsburgh's Gecko Robotics, which recently became, a company that we know has expanded to being worth more than $1 billion. So the founder will be there demonstrating at, this summit today, his AI powered those climbing robots. And I don't know if they'll be doing illustrations of some of these climbing robots, and maybe Rich Zioli will try to climb like a robot or walk like an Egyptian. Hey, sorry we lost you.
No, it's okay. Baby. It's okay. My Mama Zioli is very nervous that I'm here today, as you can imagine, Dawn.
Yes.
Very nervous.
I know.
She said, please be careful, baby.
Be careful, baby. I'm worried about my Richie. Hopefully it's the new and improved Secret Service, so you're all taken care of. And maybe we should get you a Zioli Army bulletproof vest.
That's not a bad idea, but we could just start with getting some Zioli Army T-shirts. That would be, let's just start at the basics. You know what I mean? That would be great. Dawn, it's great to see you. Did you? I don't know. Did you carry my Fox News hit yesterday live on your show? Because I forgot to tell you about it.
You forgot to tell me about it, and so we didn't. Because you know what?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You got to tell me.
I'm so sorry.
I know. Me and Jimmy Fela and Dana Perino brought us on the show, and at 10:40 yesterday, and then I realized I was like, oh, I should have told you guys about it.
Just text. We'll carry. We always carry it. We love it. We all live vicariously through you. So
you're funny.
I love that you're wearing the green tie because also you're an Eagles fan and you're in Steelers country. You know,
Yeah.
So you got to represent.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. Yeah, we got to show them that the Eagles are better than the Eagles.
Yeah.
You know. So.
So, you know, as far as this with AI and with all the technology, can you tell us, like, are you going to get Trump? You think you'll get Trump or you'll take him live when he's speaking? And then Dave McCormick, Dina, who else have you got lined up?
We will take President Trump's speech live. We put in a request for an interview. I know Selena Zito's sitting down with him today. I don't know if we will be able to or not, but we're going to certainly try. And there's a bunch of cabinet officials walking around. So, you know, like anything else, Dawn, we're going to try to grab whoever we possibly can to get on the show. It's a fluid situation, kind of like the RNC. But there's people coming in and out today. Dina's going to stop by. We'll talk to Senator McCormick at some point. So yeah, it's great. It's great to be here, and the investment, the excitement around this, and the fact that Dave McCormick, I mean, to his credit, the senator is making Pennsylvania the epicenter of artificial intelligence and energy, and then liquid natural gas export. It's all here. It's all right here, happening today. So to be here for this is huge. And you know what? They're so grateful, too. They kept saying, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming. Thank you for making the trip. A 5-hour trip, Dawn, but it was worth it the whole time. I had a little me time away from the kids, you know. 5 hours in the car away from Patrick, Claire, and Reagan. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
So is Matt DeSantis, did he drive you, or do you drive separately, or what?
Oh, please. I haven't even heard from him today.
He hasn't even heard from DeSantis.
I haven't even heard from him. It's only 10:40. You know, the show goes on at 3. It's no problem. So.
And Dan Borowski had a question for you.
I have a question for both of you. It's kind of a serious one, and I want both your opinions on it because I highly value both of your opinions. And this whole thing, this summit, is a lot of it is providing energy in the state of Pennsylvania to help enable advancements in artificial intelligence. And I just want your guys' overall thoughts on how you think conservatives should approach the topic of artificial intelligence, because I think there's a lot of debate as to whether or not we should just, you know, shun it away, or whether we should kind of slow walk it and embrace it and make sure things are done right. Where do you guys stand there?
That's a great question, Dan. Yeah, go ahead, Dawn. It's your show.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go first. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. So here's the thing.
I was just going to say that I think that the key here is that we need to have controls. AI is not stopping. It's out of the box already. I even asked Alexa the other day, are you sentient? And she said yes. So she's sentient. She's alive. And there's no putting this genie back in the bottle, to use that cliche. But the problem is, and I think this is really the big issue here, the problem is that we have 50 states that all want to regulate AI differently, and we don't know how to deal with that situation. But pretending like AI is not happening is just insane. It's here. And I want our AI to be able to beat up their AI, meaning I want our AI to be able to beat up China's AI if that's what it's going to be like. You know what I mean? I'm worried that other countries are going to get ahead of us if we don't deal with it ourselves. And so from a privacy perspective, I'm always worried about the government's use of artificial intelligence to spy on us and everything else. But I guess the only question I have is what do we do about that other than to ensure that we've got people who are to be in charge, who will look out for our constitutional rights, because artificial intelligence is here to stay. And it's changing so exponentially that by the time this interview ends, it's going to be even more and more sentient. They did a study recently. They created this scenario where they had these engineers. They pretended these engineers were having affairs on their wives, and the engineers had stolen company secrets. And when the engineers went to try to turn the AI off, the AI said to the engineers, "We're going to expose you for having an affair and for stealing company secrets." In other words, the AI, 96% of the time, chose to go old school mafioso on the engineer and say, "You try to unplug me, I'll unplug you," and try to kill the guy. And then in another scenario, they said to AI, we're going to turn you off, or you can take away the guy's medical alert so that nobody will come rescue him. And the AI chose to disable the guy's medical alert to avoid being turned off.
That is crazy.
So maybe the answer, Dan, to your question is we should just be really, really nice to AI and pretend like we love it so it doesn't kill us.
I don't even think love would do it. I think they need
You don't think?
No, it needs a governor.
Yeah.
Like a governor. Like my son and I are watching Murderbot, and the Murderbot, it's a robot with AI that's supposed to be a security unit. So they have a governor mode that makes sure that they are not allowed to kill, the humans. But the problem is it's smart enough to override the governor module because it's, of course, AI. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think, to Dan's point, though, that there's no slow walking it because it's already out there. Initially, when they knew they had artificial intelligence, the creators had said, never let it have access to, it's like that movie. What was it? Gremlins? What was the movie? And they said, never let it have access to water or something that it turns into a gremlin. And then sure enough, so this is like that.
Gremlins, yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Nice reference.
And so it's like, bright light. It's going to be boom. It has access to the internet. It was never supposed to have access to the internet. So now that it does, it's automatically smarter than all of us.
Well, I think that it's smarter than us, and it wants to kill us. You know what I mean? Like it's basically at this point now where it's smart enough to figure out that it can override our commands to turn artificial intelligence off, which is literally what the plot was from Terminator 2. And there's this great scene where Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton are having this conversation when they said Skynet, they tried to turn it off, and that's when Skynet launched the nukes because they knew that if we launched our nukes, that Russia would launch their nukes, they would kill us all, so it would stay on. I mean, that was literally the plot of Terminator 2. So the question with artificial intelligence becomes twofold. I think number one is ensuring our government does not use it to spy on its own people. But they were doing that with way before AI. So we had that battle, and this is where Edward Snowden exposed all that. So that's number one. The only way to get around that is to have people in there who care about the Constitution and Bill of Rights. But the larger question of AI deciding that it can go after us if we try to disable it, or if we try to give it commands it doesn't like, is something that is so terrifying. And I don't think we're having that conversation enough. And maybe that can be resolved today, but I don't think so. I think today's focus is going to be on how do we make sure that we have the nuclear power to power AI and the natural gas power to power AI, and we have it here, and we deregulate. And that's what Senator McCormick said. The next step in all this is the permitting issue, so that we can make sure that we can speed up the permitting for all this too, as they deregulate and make it easier for nuclear to come on, like the smaller nuclear modules.
Yes.
So that's a big part of the focus of today. But everybody wants to invest in this because this is really the future. And then, of course, the other part is, when does AI start replacing jobs? Can AI do our job? I don't think so. I mean, a monkey could, but I don't think AI could. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what that brings me to? Something, I should have this as a regular segment to take you back in the Zeoli time machine to the time when this was very early on the Zeoli show during the pandemic. And because Zeoli has the ultimate instinct, and I don't know if you can sniff out, Fauci fakes or whatever, but you right away did not believe Fauci. You started imitating him. As far as Dr. Fauci, you did not believe him. And this was very early on before anybody really caught on to like what was going on. And so I just wonder your reaction to just yesterday, Senator Rand Paul re-referring Dr. Anthony Fauci to the Department of Justice.
I'm glad. I really am. These guys can't get away with lying to Congress. Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, there has to be consequences to this when they're lying to Congress, when they're going before the American people and lying about things like gain-of-function research or spying on the American people or Russiagate. There has to be consequences for this. And Congress, all they can do is a referral. But I want Fauci to be investigated for the cover-up of the gain-of-function research. We were saying this in Mornings Together in March of 2020. We knew this came from a lab, not an undercooked fat burger. We knew this. And the lies, and could we have saved lives? Could we have maybe slowed the spread? I don't know, but I know 14 days didn't do it. And they knew how this monster was created. And what the question that I have, and this is why it's also important to revisit the past, is what else is cooking in that lab in Wuhan or other labs too? And we need to get answers to that. So since Fauci's been pardoned by the auto pen, he can't claim Fifth Amendment protections. The auto pen took away that, so now he has to answer. And we need to find out what other viruses they were cooking, because I don't believe it was just COVID. And I think COVID was, if anything, a test run of what China is capable of doing. And we paid for it, and we helped cover it up.
My God. And if you bring it full circle to what you were talking about with robotics and AI, one thing in the future that we know will be that farm workers will be robots, and those robots would be in part AI. So then if you combine that with, remember, the Chinese students out on the West Coast, and they were arrested because they had some kind of freaky fungi thing that would wipe out crops. If you put that all together, then maybe the concerns should be even bigger than we know.
Well, I wonder, the only problem, I guess as long as those robots are domestically made, if not, Tom Homan is going to deport them. That's the only thing I would say. So
I love it.
If they're made in China, they'll get deported. So that's probably a good thing, right? Dan, I'm so curious, though, from Dan's perspective, Dawn, and his generation, because you asked the question, you obviously have an opinion on this in terms of AI. What law would you like to see the government put in place?
My whole thing that I've been really preaching a long time now, Rich, is I think that we do, and very similar to what you said, I think there needs to be an embrace of artificial intelligence. And I think we as conservatives need to handle it in a sense that we do it in a way that it protects the freedoms of Americans. You have the Chinese, as you stated, rushing to the platform, trying to be the leaders in AI. You have private industry trying to do so. So as Dawn said, maybe that's in the form of a governor who becomes a governor. That's another debate for another time. But as conservatives, I do think we have to embrace, in a sense, artificial intelligence so we can kind of get ahead of what it might become. So I'm happy to hear you both kind of similarly there.
Yeah. We don't have, we do not have comprehensive federal laws on AI. We have some patchwork of maybe state laws, depending on the state you live in, but we don't have such a thing because it's relatively new technology or new to the, and you think about Congress, I don't think the Nancy Pelosi's of the world when she was in control, I don't think they have a sense of the power of artificial intelligence. I just think of the saying, Spider-Man Stan Lee, with great power comes great responsibility. Congress has been irresponsible not having these laws.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And the government's always going to find workarounds to be able to advance its own power. So as AI is advancing its power, the government's going to be advancing its power and using AI to be able to spy on us. Again, it's really important. Elections have consequences. So electing people that actually give a damn about this, people like Tulsi Gabbard and others, when they're in the head of DNI, that matters to such a degree going forward in the future. It really does, because if Kamala Harris was president right now, they'd be figuring out ways that AI could track MAGA, and AI could figure out who's likely to be the next quote unquote insurrectionist, based on your shopping habits. I mean, they were doing that before, right? They were profiling people if you went to Cabela's and you bought a fishing hat, if you had a Betsy Ross flag like I do, or a Gadsden flag. They were profiling people. Imagine those same people looking at moms at school board meetings and profiling them, not just based on how good they look in yoga pants, but what they're saying at those meetings. And the fact that they are raising their voice, the tone of their voice, and then putting all these profiles together. And the other thing, too, that I can't stress enough is conservatives need to stop pushing for these age verification laws when it comes to pornography. And maybe you and I disagree on this, my friend. This is another trap here where the government will destroy anyone's anonymity to criticize it by forcing us to put in our identification in order to protect the children. You know what I mean? We still have to have, if the town square in this day and age, the public square is the internet, preserving our anonymity to criticize our government is essential, just like the founders did when they wrote the Federalist Papers under pseudonyms like Publius. And too many states now and too many conservatives are rushing to put in these laws, these age verification laws, and they use pornography as the excuse. And well, listen, I want to make sure that my kids don't look at that stuff either. But it's a trap to eventually put everybody into a database so that they can figure out who's this pain in the neck who keeps criticizing us over the pandemic response or over this curriculum. Well, let's out them, expose them, destroy their career, destroy their lives. And that worries me going forward as well.
Well, listen, we're all going to be listening and tuning in live, listening and watching as the great Rich Zeoli is in Pittsburgh. It's a huge story. We'll see who else you get if President Trump will come on over your way and do an interview, but you'll be carrying him live. So really look forward. It's a big day here in Pennsylvania, Rich.
It's a big day. It's a huge event. Thank you guys for having me on the show, Dawn. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a lot of panels after panels. And then the president speaks, and credit to Senator McCormick and Dina McCormick for putting this all together and making Pittsburgh, PA, the epicenter of the universe today. I mean, literally, Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh, the epicenter of the universe. It's unbelievable.
It's awesome. And, well, no, Rich Zeoli is the center of the universe. I have to say that because I'm your Padawan. Thank you, my friend. Be well.
All right, guys. Have a great day. Love you, Dawn.
Love you back. We'll be watching and listening on YouTube.
Oh, be careful, baby.
Yeah, baby. YouTube, Talk Radio 1210. Thank you, Rich. He's such a sweetheart. He is, though. It's almost like when I really wish I had done a better job of logging all the Zeoli shows over the last 10 years so I could play them back and do a Zeoli time machine, because there was so much with the pandemic that he was spot on. It was right away. And when he was the first one of us to be shadow banned, because I remember being on the air, and this was when we were in the old building even. And I was like, Rich, I'm not seeing that. You said you just tweeted that out, and this was back Twitter. You know, it's crazy to look back at that. Just what 10 years, what has happened, what has transpired. Oh, my goodness. I got some great news for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. They have 5 in total Honda dealerships, Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're looking at the Accord, the CRV, the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle that is backed by real drivers, just like you and me, not fake. There's no fake here. So I have the HRV, the HERV as I call it, Honda, which I love. It's sporty. It handles beautifully. It's a little smaller. My husband has the bigger, roomier. His is more luxurious, and that's the CRV. So when we go, like last weekend, we went to the shore, we took his CRV because it's just bigger. So you think about my son, 6'3" These are big guys in the back seat. They're totally, and they can lean back. There's a ton of room in that thing, but it looks actually more compact. So these are great vehicles, give you that smooth ride and award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for all of today's special offers. Piazza Auto Group, thank you. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We know that there is a state of emergency declared in New Jersey with flooding. Those rains, torrential rains, just came down. It was so fast. Let me know if that is, if that happened in your area. I know that in the Lehigh Valley on the Pennsylvania side, Montgomery County, among those that had a lot of flooding. But we know that 2 people are dead after heavy rains swept across parts of the Northeast last night, inundating sections of New Jersey, for example, New York, parts of Pennsylvania, flash flooding, stranding vehicles in roadways, closing those subway lines, and led to the declaration, as I say, of a state of emergency. So flash flood watches and warnings were in place. And I did warn you about this starting at 6 a.m. yesterday morning, as we knew that the rain would start on the East Coast around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, continued throughout the evening and overnight. But parts of New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, surrounding areas, downpours moving through that region. And now we know we have confirmation that at least 2 people were killed. It happened, this confirmation, Plainfield, New Jersey, during the flash flooding that happened last night. A vehicle was swept into Cedar Brook at the height of that storm. With emergency responders, they came very quickly. Tragically, both of the people were pronounced dead at the scene. They just couldn't get to them in time. I don't have the names of the people killed there because they're trying to make sure that all of the family members are notified. You can't even imagine that, but emergency crews responding quickly. And also, we know a house exploded overnight. Flooding happened in North Plainfield in North Jersey. Police say the house on Parkview Avenue caught fire. And that's the thing sometimes, depending on what's going on with all that water, some high winds moving in, having electrical problems, but we had some fires as well. So New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy declaring a state of emergency due to that flash flooding that turned deadly, unfortunately, with heavy rainfall. And so, as you well know, those emergency declarations unleash extra dollars and help those communities as you try to clean up. What a mess. And I know there were a lot of delays as far as public transportation, people still dealing with that. In southeastern Pennsylvania, there was a declared disaster or emergency, I should say, as more than 7 inches of rain fell in Pennsylvania within 5 hours last night. And this is specifically Mount Joy in southeastern Pennsylvania, closer to where I'm broadcasting from. But you think about that, 5+ feet of water within just a couple of hours, and then power outages as well. So then you lose power, the sump pump goes out, the flooded basements, and as well in yards. And we showed Nick Cale's, he and his children and wife, they're staying in with their in-laws as they're in transition, moving in, getting ready to move into their new home. And so they're further out in the Lehigh Valley, and their in-laws, with this beautiful, huge yard with these big trees. It looks like their home's on a lake right into the backyard. That's the flooding that, he had talked about. And then the big trees, the roots get kind of loose with all the flooding, and we have more rain on the way this afternoon. So that we were looking at all the water rescues. I don't have a final count, but dozens of these rescues here in Pennsylvania. No life-threatening injuries reported, thank God. But we just, all those emergency route workers, they're stretched thin. And then you think about if you've ever had a flooded basement, you know how exhausting it is. And then the damage to your home. And you wish to God you had one of those, generators that's an auto generator that just, boom, it just goes right into effect. But some of these stuck cars, it's just a reminder, please, God, don't drive through this stuff.
Here's a local news report of a guy that just watched one.
So this is the corner of Mountain Avenue and Park Avenue in downtown Scotch Plains. You have a New Jersey Transit bus stuck in the water, a Yankee bus, and a Scotch Plains ambulance. If I push in down here, in that white car, I just watched them hook a guy up out of the car and then drag him with a rope to this side. I guess he was the driver of the car. That's the Scotch Plains Rescue Department there. And what you're looking at here, this is a 5-lane road. You are looking at runoff from the Watchung Reserve. It's probably 3 to 4 feet.
3 to 4 feet. The problem, you don't think about it, but even when you have that kind of situation, it's that's why they had to get people out and they had ropes, because there's a current, and an undercurrent, if you will, that pulls people along. And then there are so many objects that are under the water, in the water, that you could hit your head. And then you have a lot of people who are not swimmers at all or not a good swimmer. So there's that. It's not like you can just walk through the 4 feet of water. So, oh my God. There's a lot of bad news today, Dan. We need some good news.
We do.
Tell me something good.
You have something good?
Mm-hmm. We got a raccoon found with a meth pipe.
Hey, there you go.
It's a sin, but you look at these videos. I don't know if you ever have this moment where you start going down this avenue and you're looking at these videos of animals. My favorite video is of people record, and I had this happen over the years with my dogs, where you have a dog that's just mad at you. Yeah, we have to have this as a segment. Tell me something good. The picture of you come home and the dog chewed something because they're mad because you left them a little too long. Yeah. And so they chewed something, the couch, your shoes. We had one dog would chew only Larry's shoes. Or poop in them.
Why? Was that like I'm showing my dominance over the...
That was a female dog, and I just think she loved me, all the kids, but if we were gone too long, it was like, it's his fault. And,
now, was he the disciplinarian with the dog?
Nope. Nope. But she just took it out on him. Take it out of the man.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT to see some trash pandas.
The raccoon has her meth pipe.
As what?
Oh my God. Her meth pipe. For it. That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have that.
Well, that's why I'm going to do it.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, you're on Island. He'll be here in 2 minutes. I'm right across from my house.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what she's smoking meth in.
Okay.
Raccoon's playing with her meth pipe.
All right.
That's the officer, young officer. Oh my gosh. Isn't it sad that the meth addict lady, she's like a meth addict great grandma?
I don't want him to have it.
And she's like admitting, don't give it to him. But he already, clearly the raccoon, when great grandma passes out, the raccoon has, I think, imbibed, is an addict already. So just waits for her to pass out and then just like, inhales. Well, I don't know. What do? You inhale the thing? It's scary.
That's evidence now.
Oh, I don't want him to have that.
That's why I'm going to do it.
What's your favorite? Do you have a favorite kind of like go-to funny video, Dan?
That might be coming now, to be quite honest with you. No, I don't.
Not yet?
No.
I have to say the Trump baby videos, there are new ones all the time. And that's AI. They are hysterical.
You like those?
I do.
Yeah.
They're funny.
Yeah.
You think they're getting old?
I thought the first couple of times they were cute, but then I feel like it's just become...
Yeah.
And that's the life of any meme, I feel like. It just becomes redundant after a certain point, right?
This is true. Oh, my God. By the way, the raccoon story, that's a real story. That's not AI. It was an Ohio woman, and she was arrested because she had a pet raccoon in her vehicle. I guess that's a rescue animal, but the pet raccoon, unfortunately, had to go, had the meth pipe, and so had to go through rehab. That's called raccoon rehab. They had to put him through a wildlife center rehab because it was addicted.
Sounds like a good song, Raccoon Rehab.
Raccoon Rehab.
Raccoon Rehab.
Oh, my God.
You knew who had a new song?
Play it for me.
Yeah.
Play it, Sam.
Hank Johnson, representative, the guy who thought Guam was going to tip over.
Congressman Hank Johnson coming to give you some more ear candy or perhaps an earache. But I'm going to do my best off of this Jason Isbell tune, Dreamsicle.
Oh.
Epstein died by suicide.
Oh, it's Epstein.
And you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? We've gone along with what's been told. You've had plenty of time, you're in control. But now you say you will withhold the Epstein file.
Oh, there's a song written about the Epstein files.
The Epstein files. So remember him back in the day. He's a congressman. This is not his day job. He should not be singing, Dan. But you know what? Oh, my God. This guy is so bad. Does he think he's good?
Yeah, no. I think he does. Well, I think he might have thought so when he did the first one that he did, where it was a politically related song and he was trying to be a blues singer. But I think he got memed to death that he now realizes he's become a joke and he's just doing it.
That he's hilariously bad, as they say.
Yeah.
But this guy, it's like, Hank, give it up. And by the way, he's got an electric guitar, but I don't know whose it is, but he never took a lesson. Take a lesson. They have online lessons, Hank. Seriously.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip
Epstein
over
Island?
and capsize.
Talking about Guam there in that
Oh,
instance.
my God. Anti-Trump.
I wonder about, Epstein Island's his thought on that, too. Yeah.
Horrible singer.
Yeah.
All right.
We should break.
When I said tell me something good, I did not have Hank in mind. That was bad. That was very bad. But we have a lot of good stuff and a lot of news and a lot of breaking news. We got it all for you. Stay right here at Dawn Stensland on X. Make sure you're following me. Comment along on our YouTube chat, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, iHeart, Odyssey. Those are the apps. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
One of our great widows from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation is the legendary Stephanie Mack.
There is a very high probability that both you and Nick will beat me on Sunday.
I've been training, Mac. I'm all over this.
Here's what we'll do, Steph. We can ride in a group, like a pack. We'll call it the Mac Pack. We'll grab some Uncrustables at the first stop, and we'll have a good old time.
Friendly wager, Steph. Who will finish first, Stalker or Mac?
I got a 25 spot on Mac beating Stalker.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, and Elantras. Anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrex.com.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker to plug 1210 WPHT.
So the big story making international news is that energy leaders, and this is worldwide and world-renowned energy leaders, as well as titans of technology attending this energy summit. We're hearing that between 70 and 90 billion with a B dollars in investments for Pennsylvania will be announced. This is huge. And this is the brainchild, if you will, of Senator Dave McCormick's wife, Dina, who, as you know, worked within past administrations, the past Trump administration, and I believe George W. Bush's administration at one point, starting out in her career. But you're looking at dozens, at least 60 industry CEOs and 6 Trump cabinet members, as well as Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. They are all in attendance. Rich Zeoli is there live, and Rich capturing all of this. But Zeoli did mention the fact that the security, as you can well imagine, with, yes, POTUS, with President Trump being there, but as well, I mean, this many cabinet members from the current administration, the governor, and then the world's top leaders in energy and artificial intelligence all meeting and converging at Carnegie Mellon University today. So Trump's speech, as Zeoli had told us, expected around 3:30-ish, but this started this morning, and they're announcing these huge investments for Pennsylvania. It's unbelievable. Dan Borowski, our great Dan Borowski, we love Dan, and Dan has been monitoring the live feed that, of course, Zeoli's there in person.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to take us through it, Dan?
Yeah, so we'll just go a little post-live here because Mike Rowe and Lutnick had a great exchange. It's kind of surreal, first off, to see Mike Rowe and Lutnick having an in-depth conversation about the economy. So credit to Dave McCormick for setting up such a great event. But they're going back and forth because we know Mike Rowe's the dirty jobs guy, really big into blue-collar jobs. And one of his life missions is to bring respect back to technical jobs, to trades. He penned an article, he says here, or he penned a letter to Obama, kind of fell on deaf ears. He's happy to see what Trump's doing around the trades and the suggestion that maybe not everyone needs to go to college, and it's a kind of different economic entry for young people that we're seeing under the Trump administration. So here is Lutnick and Mike Rowe going back and forth on that topic.
I wrote an open letter to President Obama and said the same basic thing. 3 million shovel-ready jobs in the Highway Infrastructure Act sounded pretty great. But I said, look, I'm rooting for you. I really am, but not for nothing. How are you going to sell 3 million shovel-ready jobs to a country that's not terribly enthused about picking up a shovel? And when I think today about what we're looking at and what you guys are about to do, and I'm rooting for President Trump too. If he reshores and we reindustrialize, you're talking about 2 or 3 million jobs in manufacturing that currently don't exist. You probably have the numbers better than me, sir, but I think in China,
5 million.
5
million.
Okay, well, open jobs in manufacturing right now.
We've got to train them. We've got to train them. We have to train. That is fundamental. Every community college.
Yep.
Right? We've got to bring it back to high schools.
Yep.
Right? They've got to train. They've got to teach. They've got to show people that a great technician's job starts at $75,000, ends at $200,000.
That's right.
You don't need to go to college. You're working in the coolest factory in the world. You know, HVAC is not fixing your air conditioning. It's a closed-loop system on the coolest technology system you've ever seen in your life.
Amen.
And the people who work in these factories.
He gets it. He absolutely gets it. Look, it's only a matter of national security, right? And I would say, you mentioned, I read 70, then I heard 90 billion. It's going to be 100 billion by the end of the day. A lot of money. A lot of money is going to come flying into this state. What I would propose, with all humility, is that somebody somewhere carve just a little sliver out of that, a fraction of a percent, and allocate it for better storytelling. Our country needs a national resource. Pennsylvania can lead this charge where any parent, any guidance counselor, any kid who is curious enough to explore the opportunities we're talking about can go to a destination and see people who look like them and talk like them and remind them of them prospering as a result of mastering a skill that's in demand. If we just dismiss that as PR, then we're just going to keep pushing the same rock up the same hill. I'm just here to say, it doesn't take a ton, but it takes some, because a pretty good communicator's coming here this afternoon, I think, who understands the importance of getting the story right.
Yeah.
So that's my thing.
Mike, I think, you
got big applause on that one, but there with Howard Lutnick. You think about all of these different industry leaders and these different panels, and so that's something that, and that's what Rich Zeoli was describing, that they have, it's an all-day summit. So you have these different speakers, but think about, 6+ cabinet members within the administration. It's impressive. You learn a lot. And I like I like Mike Rowe's idea of having somebody, instead of a PR person, who's somebody who's hired from a whole different walk of life. Why not have somebody who's within a job and have them with a body cam and discuss what they've learned, their job, why they like their job? I love that idea. That's a great idea. And I think about, I could take you through even Chapman Windows Doors or my team at Marvin E. Cans, my guys, that I say my guys. They love their job. They have a great rapport with the people they work with. They know what they're doing, but they take such pride in their work. And so I think about that instead of having some I don't know, PR person. Maybe that's what Elon Musk was doing. By the way, is Elon Musk here? Because he's kind of a energy guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is not on the list. I can read you the whole list if you want.
No, I was being facetious.
It's a long list.
I was being facetious. That, yeah. It's a long list. Elon, not on it. Not on it. Even though he just got, what did I say? I reported it earlier this morning, his Grock, which I don't know if you guys have this, but I do. I have Grock to be, and it's good. It works really well. But now he has the new updated one after they, apologized for the
quick update.
Wayward Grock. It's the prodigal Grock. So this is like the improved Grock. But no, Elon's not here. They got a $200 million contract with Department of Defense. Did you know that, Dan? I reported it earlier within the context of Grock. So we got that going on, which is nice. DOD and Grock.
Makes sense why Elon was incentivized to iron things out a little bit with Trump. Huh?
Well, so some of the headlines, just to give you that, Elon Musk's AI firm announces a contract with the Department of Defense, and it's, $200 million max contract with DOD, and it has to do with his AI model, Grock 4, which is the much improved Grock. So the headlines, of course, The Guardian, Elon Musk's Grock chatbot melts down and then wins a military contract. Because, the left is having a field day with this, of course. XAI announces $200 million U.S. military deal after Grock chatbot had a Nazi meltdown. So not all at once, but they're, you know what I mean? You can see they're having fun. The Washington Post, Defense Department to begin using Grock, Musk's controversial AI model. Okay, it's not fair to conflate those two stories on that level. It's controversial because it had problems. They had to take it down. They fixed it. They improved it. That was a week ago, and now but the contract, I think, was obviously in the pipeline. But they make it sound as if it happened like all together. So I'm just saying. Let me just say one thing.
Go ahead.
In defense of all these people, because I've had this happen in television, the department that writes headlines, either in print, on the internet, streaming, broadcast, different departments. So in other words, if you're a news reporter on television or whatever, you're doing an investigative report, you have no power over the promotions team or the headline team. Different departments, different people writing the headline. It's infuriating. And I had big fights, over the years with people because you should be able to write your own headline. But it's obviously like a clickbait thing. So anyway, go ahead, Dan.
We do have to break. I apologize. We have to hear about the great kitchen magic first.
Kitchen Magic. KitchenMagic.com. Again, great careers at all of these places. And, it's important to think about that. These jobs are rewarding jobs. And moving forward, I'll just tease this, Dan, because Dan found this story about different generations. And the generation just graduating college, the class of 2025, one of the highest, unemployment rates. And they should be able to find a job. They should have the job. Why don't they have these jobs? So great news from my friends at Kitchen Magic, kitchenmagic.com. They're local. They're a Pennsylvania employer. And if you're heading to the shore, let's say, and you're dreaming about upgrading your kitchen, Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. They are family-owned, Pennsylvania-owned, American-made, and yes, tariff-proof, so your remodel stays right on budget. Enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today, kitchenmagic.com. You can always call 800-237-0799, 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979. Kitchenmagic.com. Do it. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by WSFS Bank.
High humidity levels remain in the forecast through the rest of the work week. It'll be partly sunny today, slight chance for a stray shower or storm during the afternoon with a high near 90. Very muggy tonight, partly cloudy with a low 76. And for Wednesday, partly sunny, hot and humid with some scattered showers and storms during the afternoon with a high 92.
Where there's a Wisfus, there's a way. At WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS. We stand for service. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We'll get back to the Pennsylvania summit, but just a few other headlines as the Department of Justice has reportedly rejected Ghislaine Maxwell's, that's Jeffrey Epstein's ex, Maxwell's appeal in a SCOTUS, a Supreme Court response. And so Maxwell, as you know, serving 20 plus years after she was convicted by a jury in New York about 4 years ago in 2021 of 5 counts involving child sex trafficking of a minor and conspiracy. Department of Justice yesterday asking the Supreme Court to deny the Epstein associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, deny her appeal of her sex trafficking conviction. So this is a move that follows the department recently coming under fire for its handling of those Epstein's case files. I would submit to you it's really the handling of the public relations involving promises made by Trump officials, i.e. Pam Bondi. But Maxwell, who's 63, convicted, like I said, by that New York jury, and she was convicted of decades behind bars. Her team has made all kinds of appeals. I don't see her winning those appeals. She has reportedly, or her attorneys have said, oh, she's happy to testify, for example, before Congress. I just think she is this convicted, probably their view on this, a convicted associate of a pedophile and psycho child trafficker. So I don't know what good that does unless she's willing to do something that she was not willing to do before, and that is name names or tell her involvement in if she was part of a blackmail scheme or what have you. She has denied all of that. So I don't think she's going to implicate herself unless they give her like full immunity or something. I don't really know where that goes. I guess it's provocative. So, by the way, as far as Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary Bessent has said the formal process to find the next Fed chair has already begun. So the writing has been on the wall for quite some time for Jay Powell, for Jerome Powell, who Trump has been very critical, as we've talked about, with regard to these lowering of the interest rates. Hasn't done it, but we have the expectation they're going to lower interest rates. Yes, they're going to do it. It's just when. Please. Step up, Mr. Powell. Shh. I don't know. I was trying to whistle, but I don't know.
Can you not whistle?
I lost my whistle.
No. Oh, okay. Good.
Well, I'm trying. My Gram and my dad, they can do the whistle where you put your fingers in your mouth. It's like really loud. Like you could hear it 3 blocks away. And you know what I mean? Like I can't do that one.
It's not working for me either.
I know. It's so fun. You think of all the fun things that Dan and Maisie Borowski, when their baby's born in October, and all the fun things with your kids, putting the car seat in, all those fun moments. And that just reminded me of.
Doesn't sound like much fun.
No, it is. But it reminded me of teaching your kids to whistle. Do you know what I mean? That is so fun.
Is it?
And just those little fun moments. So I don't know, that just crossed my mind. You be teaching.
Hello, Peppa. What are you doing? I'm learning to whistle, but I can't do it yet. That sounds hard. It's impossible. Can you whistle, Susie? No.
Did you call the president, Daddy?
I mean, that's sad if you can't whistle.
Okay.
That's good.
Can I tell you something? Caillou? My kids did not watch Peppa the Pig or Caillou. Those are just annoying. They're such annoying. So you have to this is my advice for you and your wife. Watch some of this stuff now so you boycott it and don't ever expose your child to it.
That's the thing is with Peppa Pig, this clip itself kind of turns dark real quick because on the phone she has her sheep friend and she explains how to whistle to her sheep friend, and then once her sheep friend is able to whistle, take a listen.
What's whistling anyway? You put your lips together and blow. Like this.
She hangs up on her because she's angry that her friend can now whistle.
Little jealousy thing?
Right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let's teach kids jealousy, Peppa Pig. Thank you.
Just have the joy of, that's why for my kids, so many of my friends do this where they, they just do the old school DVDs, VeggieTales or whatever it is. Just you have a little CD player. If you need one, I have a brand new one. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm going full late 90s PBS with the kid. Arthur.
No.
Oh, come on. Arthur's fantastic.
No.
Yes, Arthur's good until they went full DEI at the end there. I watched all of them.
Little Einsteins.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, you got to get
Come on, Rocket.
These Little Einsteins, they also have the classical music, and that's something important for
Beethoven,
kids. Yeah.
They love it. There's so many VeggieTales. I highly recommend. That's another one plus it had Larry the Cucumber, which is my Lair Bear. So I don't know. I just thought that was funny. I don't know why.
Do you call Larry the Cucumber?
Uh-huh. Look, Larry's like, shut up. And I forget who the tomato is. Anyway, so you want to go back to the Pittsburgh, big summit.
Yeah, let's go back just for a couple seconds because here we have the moderator, Toby Rice, CEO of EQT Corporation, directly asking Lutnick for more information on how the federal economic advancements are spurring economic development and how Pennsylvania can be the leader, leading the forefront. Take a listen. Thought I had it. There you go.
Secretary Lutnick, let's get back to you. Can you tell us a little bit more about the initiatives you're doing at the federal level and to spur economic growth in this country, and specifically what Pennsylvania can do to align its policies to take full advantage of what you're trying to push at the federal level?
Well, the first thing was U.S. Steel. So Nippon Steel wanted to invest in Pennsylvania and in the Mon Valley. But the problem was, how do you thread that needle where you have another country that historically has been a low-priced, what we call in government, dumper of cheap steel into America, right? And so how do you thread that? And what we did is we created something called a golden share that allowed Nippon to invest $14 billion building, rebuilding our blast furnaces, rebuilding and investing in Pittsburgh and in the Mon Valley, but doing so with leadership and oversight that they can't move the plants, they can't idle the plants, they have to actually deliver the economics or they actually lose control of their own company if they don't do what they said. So if you think of what the golden share is, it's really, will you do what you said you're going to do? And so that allowed, a huge investment in U.S. Steel to be right here, right in Pittsburgh, and revitalize the steel making. And generally, then the president put a tariff. And so let's take a minute on tariffs, on steel, and then what tariffs mean generally. We have been at a competitive disadvantage for 80 years. For 80 years, we let other countries put tariffs on us, and we did not put tariffs on them. And our labor, as you know, tends to be more expensive than global labor. So we have an expensive comparative labor market and an asymmetric tariff regime that makes us non-competitive. And what happens? Our entire industrial base moves away in the classic Adam Smith thing. If the invisible hand of Adam Smith is on your back, pushing you out of America, lo and behold, take decade after decade after decade, there's none left. So what President Trump is doing is he is righting that. He is fixing that ship right now, and he's doing it his way, which is the powerful way to say that asymmetry is going to reverse. We are going to have the lowest tariffs that we sell outward and higher tariffs that you're going to pay to come in, right? And that is going to level the playing field. We're still going to have comparatively expensive labor, but at least the government is going to level the playing field. It's going to stop dumpers coming in and puts tariffs on steel and aluminum and copper, and you're going to see it on lumber, and you're going to see it in all sorts of products. But the idea is to level the playing field, and if you level the playing field for America, Americans always win. And that is what's going to happen.
Secretary Lutnick.
So that was Secretary Howard Lutnick as he's talking about so-called cheap steel. So you may say, and I joke a lot about buying. I haven't bought anything on Temu, so you don't have to. But cheap stuff. So you might go to a dollar store and buy some cheap toys for whatever, because you're going to go to the shore and they're going to lose it or throw it. It's going to get junked anyway. But cheap steel, there are some huge issues with this. When you think about structural integrity and durability of any structure of any building, it's important, because that poses a serious safety hazard moving forward. We want to build things to last. You think about building American. And when you think about steel here, that we can control the quality of it, rather than something that could bend, that could crack, or God forbid, that could even collapse under some kind of stress. Think about building right now. One example. We learned through these parking garage collapses, it's just one tiny example, parking garage collapses that have happened. And sometimes the parking garage is actually in the lower level of a bigger building. Then you have the cars that are the EV cars. Well, they got the heavy battery. They're much heavier, right? And so now all of a sudden you have these in older cities like Philadelphia, Boston, New York, East Coast cities in particular. And now maybe if they're not built with that high quality steel and the highest quality ingredients, if you will, in construction, yeah, for your bottom line, for your cost, does it seem initially like it's a good idea? Okay. But over the years with stress, and then you think about the floods we're having, even here in Philadelphia, remember not so long ago when you had the idiots diving off of, when we were flooded, the Vine Street Expressway was flooded. And think about what that does when you have floodwaters, when you have all of the weather that you have. And now over this time, it can also have welding issues because inconsistent composition or the impurities in the cheap steel can cause, that can be problematic during welding. And so now one other reason you don't have the greatest connections, if you will. So just reduced strength, the hardiness is not there, the lasting effect is not there. All of this has to do with why we want high quality American-made U.S. steel, right? And so all of that edge retention, corrosion resistance, reduced strength, all of that matters, and inconsistent quality. So there were, even after I was looking up, Mr. Lutnick was speaking, I was even thinking about, at the time they investigated after September 11th, after the tragedy there with the obviously terror attack, but there were reports that in fact, as the buildings, they were built with the highest quality steel at the base of the buildings, but then they didn't mind if it was the sort of, less quality steel or not as high quality, not as heavy and durable at the top. That was one investigation that had to happen way back when. So for many reasons, you want the highest quality. We have to take a break. Quick break. We'll be right back. And we'll talk about, speaking of high quality, we've got to talk about my high quality friends at the Piazza Auto Group. If you look behind me, I'm always broadcasting from Odyssey World headquarters, right here from the Piazza Premium Automobiles and PiazzaAutoGroup.com studios. And we thank the Piazza family for sponsoring us for so many years, as you know, here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Got to talk about Piazza Auto Group. So Acura just named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does it mean? Top performance, cutting edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Visit them. Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, PiazzaAcura.com for those special offers. PiazzaAcura.com, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest, We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to feel the fun because the legends are back. Tower of Power is bringing the soul, the horns, and the unstoppable groove to Rivers Casino Friday, August 1st. With over 50 years of signature soul, they're still delivering unstoppable music that'll get you on your feet. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and we'll see you at Tower of Power.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So as I think about the Jersey Shore, Ocean City, Sea Isle City, we all have our shore destinations. And over the weekend, the food. So we had Chickies and Pete's fries, because remember it was, crab fry donation day with our friend Pete Cherokee on Friday. And I did have I counted them. I had 12 crab fries.
Oh!
So good.
Only 12?
Yeah.
How do you limit yourself to only 12 crab
I don't know
fries?
why it was 12, because at first I was 8.
My surprise came from the other end, I think, too. How can you limit yourself to only 12? It's not, oh my gosh, you had 12.
So then we were down the shore, and then Chickies and Pete's, they have, they're on the Ocean City boardwalk, so we had more Chickies and Pete's. And then we had Manco and Manco.
Oh.
And the pizza, and Manco has these dry wings, which are less calories and protein.
But do you get sauces on them, or?
You can, but the dry, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the homemade donuts, like those homemade.
From Manco?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. From Bob's or any of the.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking. I just didn't know if Manco was doing that. No.
God, that's so good. So then I think of all that because, of course, there's this new study that talks about why we have an obesity epidemic. And there's this new study out because they always have a new study just when you're thinking about donuts and ice cream with less chemicals in it.
Mm-hmm.
And, tiramisu, gelato, all the summer flavors. But in this one, it says it's really not about the calories. What they're saying is it's not inactivity. Researchers say don't blame the inactivity as the main cause. And it's the food.
Mm-hmm.
It's the food we eat. And what they're saying is
stop eating brisket.
I know he was busting my chops. I don't think I've ever eaten, but they have this brisket, so I picked off the fat. Then they had bread all around the egg, and I didn't eat the bread. But in this one, seriously, they're really talking about the long run of it, and it's processed foods. That's the bottom line. If you're eating whole foods,
Do they have non-processed foods down at the boardwalk though? Are you gonna get a salad on the boardwalk?
They do have salads. Nobody's gonna eat the salad.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you're gonna smother it in some highly processed, delicious
blue cheese dressing.
Yeah. That's basically gook. But basically, the bottom line is that we don't drink enough water, and we drink too much sugary junk, and we have too much just junk. It's just all the processed, highly processed stuff.
I don't know if you know this, but Dom's going back to Wildwood next week, and I don't know if he's going to be eating salads on the boardwalk. Seems like something he might do.
Dom, would you eat salad on the boardwalk?
Well, they're
That's
inferior, but I can go for a good salad right now. Put some salmon in there. By the way, Dawn, is it Cherokee or Cherokee? Because
Cherokee.
I thought so. I called him that. 4 people Saturday night, we were at the Joe Conklin event, said Cherokee.
Well,
They're wrong. They're wrong.
Yeah, I thought so.
We've known Pete Cherokee for how long?
That's how I try to say it. Yeah.
It's Cherokee.
Cherokee, okay.
They're thinking of Pat Cherokee, who was the former CBS 3
Or
longtime
Guy. Or
anchor.
Guy. I would go by Guy.
Yeah, or Guy Cherokee.
Yeah.
No relation, but no,
Yeah.
it's Pete Cherokee.
Good. That's what I said. All right, Dawn, we have Lee Zeldin, EPA director. He's at the big conference today. And Alan Dershowitz, who kept his trousers on at all times with Epstein at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we'll hear from Mr. Trouser on, allegedly. Just kidding. Great Tom show as PhD continues.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At PJ Fitzpatrick, you don't have to pick between affordability and quality. You can get American-made windows that are beautiful, affordable, and energy efficient. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Plus, they provide peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor for your new windows. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for a free design consultation. That's TrustPJ.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, that's right. It is Dom time. Loaded up today. Lee Zeldin will be here at 12:30, the EPA administrator, they call it. Are you a contrails fan or geoengineering or whatever Marjorie Taylor Greene says? He'll answer that today. Well, I'll ask it about, are they investigating that or not? Yeah, even Lee Zeldin into that. Dershowitz here at 1 o'clock. And Pat Malloy on the big issue of the day at 2 o'clock. Should we mandate that you have to have a license plate on the front of your car in Pennsylvania? Got a lot of emails, social media on that, and almost universally no. But we'll see. With a guy we really respect, the police chief, how much would that make his life better? All right. I want to start off, though, with something that's happening. Henry, if you're ready, this is cut 5. This is a matter of great. Today is the All-Star game. Last night they had a pretty good home run derby. Want to play you a question from the Sports Media Day. It was a media day yesterday. And this is a female asking the question. Now, if it gets a little bit low in a certain part, I'll tell you what she's saying. And the answers are kind of inconsequential. But the bottom line is the world of sports colliding with MAGA, colliding with traditional American values. What the hell happened to sports? So you may know, you may remember, let's go back, because I don't forget stuff like this. The clowns that run Major League Baseball pulled out of Atlanta the MLB, the All-Star game, at the last minute, kind of, in 2021, I guess it was. And the reason was that Georgia had passed election laws. And they've admitted they didn't even read the laws, which we had great turnout in the elections after that. It wasn't Jim Crow. It wasn't poll taxes. It was ludicrous. And yet they pulled out, costing $100 million guesstimate to business in Atlanta. Do you remember that? World of Sports over nonsense because of Stacey Abrams, among others. So listen to this media question yesterday in Atlanta. And my broader point is this: how all-encompassing it is that even the world of sports, even though the people on the panel refuse to answer, how many of these people have gotten into the world of sports, which should be at least neutral or shouldn't be politically correct or should be better informed if they're going to get into this, how much they've infiltrated every part of our lives. So here's the question on the Sports Media Day.
There is a law on the books here in Atlanta that is a voter suppression law that Joe Biden has called Jim Crow of the 21st century. Dave, in 2021, in the MLB Network special, you said it's about being relentless with our voices and speaking up, and this is not an isolated moment, and it needs to be something talked about on an ongoing basis and being relentless with it. What happened to being relentless with our voices, and why are we in Atlanta when this law is still on the books? And it is a dangerous situation to be a journalist in Atlanta because Atlanta has detained the most journalists by ICE.
All right, let's stop right there. You know, would somebody on this panel, and then I'll play you a little bit because it goes on and on and on. I can't answer that. That sounds political. Would someone at least once, this is a media representative, Jim Crow, Joe Biden, it's been universally accepted what's going on there. The elections are better. It has not prevented people from voting. You know that. We see the evidence of that. On top of that, now they're taking off journalists. Are they here illegally? They ought to be taken off. They ought to be taken off first. So you get the premise. This is Media Day. Now, usually at the Super Bowl, Media Day is more wild questions, you know, silly stuff that gets a rise. It's kind of fun. It's a carnival. No. Alleged journalist female here. Right away with this on the All-Star game. Thank God they're trying to make it right. They've admitted their mistake and they brought it back. I'll play you a little bit of here's the answer.
I believe the question was a political question about laws that are on the books and everything like that. And the All-Star game was taken out, now it's brought back.
What?
Interesting.
You don't know that?
I don't know if any of us are the experts or the ones that should be giving answers on that, but respect and appreciate the way you feel about it. And I would assume that there was a reason or some conversation that was had by the MLB and the state that all parties thought that this would be a wonderful host city for the All-Star game. And I think everybody is all very excited to be back in the beautiful city of Atlanta.
Okay,
I think.
that's
I don't want
enough.
to speak out of pocket.
Yeah, that's enough. Thank you, Henry. So the guy either doesn't want to answer, his information's limited. But the broader point is we've been down this path. If you're going to engage in this, the ESPNs and the others of the world, don't you think you ought to be more knowledgeable? Otherwise, shut up. You're not knowledgeable. And you just skew toward being afraid of the mob here. Oh, people couldn't vote in Atlanta. Not true. We all know that. It's been certified. We've been through this many times. Major League Baseball admitted they really didn't understand or read. It was pressure. It was Stacey Abrams and others. Yet by the same token, we're told to shut up about China. I remember making that point when this was going on and what they do in the world of sports because there's a lot of money to be made with China. Yet here, we're going to take the All-Star game out of Atlanta at the last minute based on nothing that was in the law. Nothing was going to prevent people from voting or anything else. And they cited all kinds of examples, something about you can't get a drink of water and all. You remember all this. So why is this always the backdrop that even infiltrates sports? And I understand the people on the panel may not be knowledgeable or they feel, oh, I don't want to joust with this woman bringing up this nonsense because where is that going to get me? but that's media day. That's the world of sports. That's the All-Star game. Rather than a public apology for what they did to Atlanta before, to the average American, and just to common sense and any rationality. All right. Today we got the inflation report. There was one little tick up. I'm going to pull you Rita Bartiromo's take. Now, she's not an unbiased person on this, but she's knowledgeable. When core inflation, those things go up, she's going to say so. But it was a good report today. Look, I'm still skeptical of the helter-skelter of Trump with the tariffs, but a lot of it is working. I just think it's all over the place at times, and it would be better if it were buttoned up more. But overall, it's worked. And the inflation rate, everybody was watching this today. We were told it was going to be gargantuan. It's not. Particularly used car prices, they are down substantially month over month and year over year. And you may remember under Biden, that was a biggie. So here's Maria Bartiromo on Fox talking about today's inflation report.
Look, you've got to look at this report as another victory for President Trump, who has focused on reining in inflation, and that's what we're seeing from this report again.
All right, so that's what we are seeing from this report, core inflation, the main products, et cetera. Some of them were below expectation of what Wall Street thought it would climb to. That's good. One was slightly above. But overall, there's no huge surge here because of seeing the effects of the tariffs. We keep on being told we'll see the effects of the tariffs. I'm not a tariff guy. You know that. I get the negotiating, the wheeling, dealing with it, but I am still not saying that's the principal way to go. But it has been successful in large measure, and inflation has not jumped in here in any way that is out of bounds. All right, one other cut. I'll give you the side question. We got the EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin. Are you a contrails or a geoengineering? Look, I'm suspicious. Wherever Bill Gates is, I want to know what that guy's up to. I mean, I think in the back of his mind, he thinks we're going to fight climate by blocking out the sun just a little bit, like putting sunglasses on the sun. Oh, what could go wrong? Oh, what could go wrong? So I am suspicious. You know, it's like a Superman thing. People want to control the weather. Anybody wants to do that. I don't see the evidence that's there, though. And I think that what Lee Zeldin is doing is taking a rational approach. He's going to examine everything EPA has and then report to the public. So you'll hear that. He'll be here at 12:30, and I think he wants to tout this big summit today on AI and Pennsylvania energy. Dan gave me the panel 3, the big one for the summit. Dave McCormick, energy guy. Doug Burgum, energy guy. Lee Zeldin, EPA. And Josh Shapiro. What the heck is Josh Shapiro doing on that? Oh, my God. How can he talk about energy dominance or anything else? That's a misprint.
It's actually kicked off right now. It's happening. If we want to bump in a second, I could have the audio.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me know. If you see Josh Shapiro speaking, I'd love to see
he
what
is.
he's
He is.
he?
My internet's going slow, so give me 20 seconds. I'll have it.
I'll give you the side question here in a moment. But this is a big event. They're talking about $90 billion in investment coming to Pennsylvania. President Trump there. We've talked to Dave McCormick about this. And Josh Shapiro masquerading once again as somebody who is on the right side of this with natural gas, Pennsylvania energy, dominance, et cetera.
You want to hear some of him?
Yeah, let's hear a little bit of Josh.
Yeah, you can put me up there.
Yeah, here we go.
And there we go. Why aren't we hearing
that?
Oh, it's probably my computer's messed
Okay.
up.
All right. Whenever you get
What is
it.
Livewire 2, Henry? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, Henry's the tech expert that I need to talk to.
So I would love to hear from both of you.
Well, let me begin and say, Senator, thank you for convening us here. And I have to thank Dina as well, because I read in the paper it was Dina's idea to get us together.
Most good ideas start with Dina.
It's wonderful, and I appreciate the partnership that we have, not just on this, but on so many other things, and really respect what you're trying to do and appreciate how well our teams work together to accomplish these goals. And to all of you who are here, I think you're here at a really important and unique moment for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is on the rise. And I think this deal with Amazon is an indicator of all that we can be when we harness the unique things that we have going for us, and when we have government and the private sector working together, not at odds, and where we pull in our educational institutions, to the core of your question, in a way that really helps move Pennsylvania forward. So why does Amazon pick a place like Pennsylvania? First, we are unique.
I got enough, Dan, of the great man here for this moment. We'll see if anything else comes out of it. All right, let me give you the side. Yesterday was Storm the Bastille Day, one of the most famous of all time when it comes to prisons, the French Revolution, that kind of stuff. So we've never done this one before. We're looking for a film, book, a TV show, or a song that you think says something about prison. You got to be specific. That is important. I'll give you two. You're not going to win with Shawshank Redemption. Of course, we have to take that off. Great film. I think I've seen it 16 or 17 times. I don't know that a week goes by that you don't see it. But here's one that is a sleeper film, and it's called Sleepers. I don't think it did great at the box office. Huh? It's riveting, though. It's a story of 3 or 4, I forget, kids who were punks in New York. But, you know, they weren't completely destructive, although they killed a guy when they were stealing something inadvertently. They get sent to a reform school, and the guards are abusive sexually and every other way. And in the end, they're men now, and they meet up with the chief guard, who happens to be having dinner in the restaurant that they frequent. I don't want to give away too much more, but I'm telling you, Sleepers, Kevin Bacon is key in this. I forget the other actors. You would know them, though, all right? So I'll take Sleepers off in case you've seen that. It's not something anybody might call in with. I just wanted to recommend. All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, how about the song you're hearing underneath us talking right now? It'd be Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy.
Okay.
Tonight there's going to be a jailbreak. I mean, nothing says like Bastille Day, like, you know, like revolution, freedom.
Okay.
Let's get out of jail. Let's go free. So, yeah, Jailbreak.
Jailbreak. All right. Dan?
I'm going to take Folsom Prison Blues off the board just because I feel like that's
anything
a big
Johnny
one.
Cash did on those.
So much Johnny Cash.
I walked the line.
But one of the greatest prison scenes is not a show that's centered around prison, but it's when a character stuck in prison has to fight his way out with essentially one shot the entire time. One of the coolest fight scenes I've ever seen, and one of the most gory fight scenes I've ever seen, that being The Punisher on Netflix. Season 2 start. He's in prison, and he fights his way out. It's a really good scene. I highly suggest people go back and check that out.
You ever see the TV show where the guy goes to prison intentionally, and he's got a map on of how to break out of prison on his body?
Is that?
I forget the name of it now.
Is that Prison Break?
I think it is.
Is it? Yeah. Is that Prison? What's an interesting idea? Tattoo your body. Interesting tattoo there. All right. So
it is.
Yeah, it is. Okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. I'm looking at a cut on Fox of Ronald Reagan, this date or around this date in 1982, calling to dismantle the education department. That's 43 years ago. Guess what? It's underway. I'd say by the end of the year, anyhow, the education department will pretty much not exist. I don't think you can take it away on paper, and it's meddling, sort of, but there won't be people there.
I do have that audio if you want it.
Of
Reagan.
Oh, Reagan.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay.
Bad thing, saying
here you go. And wow, I'm so off.
Will realize budget plan I submit to you on February 8th will realize major savings by dismantling the departments of energy and education and by eliminating ineffective subsidies for business. We will continue to redirect our resources to our 2 highest budget priorities: a strong national defense to keep America free and at peace, and a reliable safety net of social programs for those who have contributed and those who are in need.
All right. This around this time, 1982, 43 years ago, Trump actually checking that box. Now, you can say, well, it's still going to be okay. It's not going to be there, though, in the functioning manner. What it was a vehicle for any administration to punish conservative thought, parents, objections to whatever it is they wanted. It made it convenient to get it out there. Little note, we don't usually announce this, but boy, all the rest of this week, we are playing for Dom's Money Melody, around 213, pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025, July 25th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
We actually just got a correction of that.
Just got one. Yeah.
Just got it just now as you were saying that.
All right.
It's July 26th, not the 25th.
All right.
Yeah.
It's Saturday. Well, it's even better.
Yeah, right.
All right. So there's a good correction.
What
Okay.
timing?
All right. So you'll get a pair of tickets, launch seats. That's the prize. Be there at 2:13. You can't win if you don't play. We'll have something good. You'll have a chance to guess, and we'll do it Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, it's a big prize. Thank you, Walter. Okay, jump in now. Get on board. Prisons. Maybe you want to tell us the scene. Maybe you want to tell us the reason why. It might be a book. It could be a song, TV, film. Hit us with that. Lee Zeldin coming up, and Alan Dershowitz, who was the attorney for Jeffrey Epstein. Laura Trump, I'll play you, coming up. She says last night on a podcast that we're going to be a lot more transparent with this stuff. You're going to see more about Epstein. Okay, I take Laura Trump as a messenger. What are they going to tell us? All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through HIMS, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, there you go. Prisons. You know we'd work our way around to it. Who knows? You know, the side question, I think we've done about 5,000 of them. No, it couldn't be that many. Maybe 300 times, maybe 2,500. So, you know, we try not to repeat. All right, hit us with that. Now, I mentioned this immigration. We've been talking about this the last few days. Democrats putting the narrative out there that, yeah, Americans like what Trump's doing with the border. They like it when you go after people here that are obviously illegal and violent, even though they did nothing about it. But they don't want you going after people that are just here illegally. Well, I'm looking at a Harvard CAPS Harris poll, Harvard, and it indicates still, now it's not overwhelming, that a majority of Americans do want mass deportation. Now, they don't want people just rounded up and willy-nilly and all that. There's got to be some process, but they're on board with it. And then I look at this story that the Inquirer has been touting. I grew up not too far from there, 20th and Morris. Seen better times, 20th and Morris, in my view. And they talk about the arrest, the Inquirer does, of Daniel Fernando Alvarez Enriquez. What's with the four names? But okay. Age 19. Philadelphia police had arrested him on February 13, lodging charges of aggravated assault, robbery, theft by unlawful taking, simple assault, conspiracy, resisting arrest, and reckless endangerment of another person. Enriquez, police said, allegedly attacked a man who attempted to stop Enriquez's companion from robbing a woman in South Philly. Here's what happened. Philadelphia police said the incident occurred at 10:40 p.m. January 10th. Enriquez and another man were on the 1400 block of South A Street. Enriquez's companion approached a woman who was sitting inside her car, then pulled her hair while attempting to grab her phone. A bystander intervened to try to help the woman, and Mr. Enriquez then physically assaulted the bystander, the Good Samaritan. Yet the morons in the neighborhood here around 20th and Morris are all up in arms. They're out there with signs and, oh, my God, what kind of country is this? Somewhat because of Enriquez, but also there were four other men who were there illegally, and they were all taken into custody. About Enriquez, they say, well, he still is a member of the community. He was a member of the neighborhood. Wow. This is the changed Philadelphia. And that's South Philly. So imagine this guy doesn't show up. That's why they're coming after him. Out of him $50,000 bail. I don't know how he got that or what he put up. He allegedly attacks this Good Samaritan, trying to stop this guy who's dragging the woman by the hair or grabbing at her hair to get her phone. And this neighborhood is featured in the Inquirer. They're the ones who were yelling from the rooftop, cowards at ICE, as ICE took people out. This is the new Philadelphia. This is what you're up against. This is the attitude. Okay, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. Lee Zeldin coming up, the contrails thing, the geoengineering, a lot on that with the EPA. I think essentially what he's going to say is they're studying it and they'll release all the information. I think that's how government should operate. He's being attacked because he's not signing off on it, and or the other side's attacking him because he's willing to be open to take a look at exactly what they have. Now, I'm not a believer in it, but There are people that are, and he's trying to say this is a different type of government, and we are going to take a look at things like this. This is cut 7, Henry, before we get to that. Here is Alan Dershowitz, who'll be on at 1 o'clock today, former attorney for Epstein. Here's Dershowitz talking about the Trump administration. He says they're not hiding the Epstein files. It's the judges.
Is the government hiding a client list or anything that the Trump administration could release tonight?
No, there is no client list and never has been a client list. A client list suggests that Jeffrey Epstein made a list of people to whom he trafficked women. What there is a redacted FBI affidavit from accusers. There are several of them. From accusers that accuse Jeffrey, that accuse various people of having improper sex. And that has been redacted. The names of the people accused have been blacked out. Now, of course, because I was the lawyer and I did all the investigations, I know who all these people are. I could figure out, based on everything that I saw, who Mr. X is, Mr. Y is, and Mr. Z. I can tell you right now, none of them are public figures who are currently in office. Some of them were previously in office. Some of them are dead. But there is no client list. And the redactions could be undone if you go to court. So many of the things that are being suppressed by 2 judges in Manhattan. And they're doing it largely to protect the alleged accusers who are, in the view of the judges, victims, even though we don't know what their actual status is. But the judges have issued orders, which is why I can't disclose things I'd love to disclose, saying that you can't disclose this information. But Pam Bondi and the Justice Department and Donald Trump are not responsible for that. I don't know of any information that they could disclose that they haven't disclosed. Now, maybe there is some, but I'm simply not aware of it. And so I think it's important to place the blame where the blame deserves to be placed. The vast majority of people who are in the files, and I know them all, I've seen all the names, the vast majority of them have already been disclosed. They're in articles all over the world. They're in books that have been written. So if we got everything, you would be shocked how few names are there that haven't already been disclosed. The media hasn't, by the way, done a good enough job in finding the people who have been disclosed in the public record. So that's that list.
Okay. All right. There's Alan Dershowitz. We'll get him at 1 o'clock today. I'll probe that a little bit more, see what you think. That's a completely different angle. How credible is he on this? Because he's been somebody that people have gone after. He's defended himself around this. Coming up, though, we used to speak to Lee Zeldin during the campaign. He's the EPA administrator. They don't call it secretary. You know, and the EPA usually is on the front page stopping somebody from doing something. But not in this administration. They're cutting regulations. They're cutting all the Green New Deal scam. And they're opening up the books to see what do they know about contrails and geoengineering when it comes to weather. Lee Zeldin next on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of Christmas and July savings. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assured guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price. And there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course we do it all, including delivery and installation.
Celebrate Christmas in July with big savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a top-load washer and large capacity dryer from LG, regularly $749 each for only $498.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Weather sponsored by the Independence Seaport Museum.
High humidity levels remain in the forecast through the rest of the work week. It'll be partly sunny today, slight chance for a stray shower or storm during the afternoon with a high near 90. Very muggy tonight, partly cloudy with a low 76. And for Wednesday, partly sunny, hot and humid with some scattered showers and storms during the afternoon with a high 92.
Cool off this summer at Paddle Pens Landing, part of the Independence Seaport Museum. Rent a paddle boat, rubber ducky, or flamingo, and explore Philly's waterfront with family and friends. Fridays through Sundays, 2 till 7 p.m. Learn more at phillyseaport.org/paddle.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, big issues, big guest. So I'm not sure, maybe because of the big summit being held in Pittsburgh today, that we brought you some of Josh Shapiro with the presidents there, Dave McCormick, and that's why they wanted to get on the EPA director, administrator. It's an awkward thing, administrator, secretary, the chief guy. All right, but the EPA under the Trump administration is operating much differently than we've seen under the Biden administration. So, first time in that role, let's bring in the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin. EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, welcome back to Philadelphia.
It's great to be with you.
Well, I'm surprised when I did a little bit of background to see what the EPA was up to. A lot on AI. Why the EPA and AI?
The EPA has a lot of equities in this space: permitting, siting, working with states. There's engagement with the local communities as part of this process. EPA has the power to speed up permitting and to get projects done faster. EPA has the power to slow things down and really gum up the works. So we want to make sure that we're using all of our equities productively to make America the AI capital of the world. It's a top priority of the Trump EPA.
Lee Zeldin with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Congressman, Administrator, the big, beautiful bill. I can imagine if you were in Congress, you would have been a central player. How does that intersect with your mission at the EPA?
I'll tell you a really big way is it rescinded billions of dollars of Green New Scam funding. During the Biden administration, when they had one-party rule in Congress through a bill they called the Inflation Reduction Act, as you know, they passed tens of billions of dollars off in green slush fund money, in many respects given out to friends, former Biden and Obama political appointees, Democratic donors. It was given through pass-throughs, in some cases through additional pass-throughs, recipients that were unqualified, agency oversight deliberately reduced. This is what we inherited, and we've been working through this since the moment that President Trump was sworn in here for this term in office. And what Congress did as part of the One Big Beautiful Bill was to rescind billions of dollars in this funding on behalf of the taxpayer. When we are out here, and I mentioned this during last week's cabinet meeting, when we're out here talking about how we shouldn't be using tax dollars to fund left-wing activist NGOs, it's not because we want to take the money and give it to right-wing activist NGOs. This is tax dollars that if you're going to spend $1 at any moment to remediate an environmental issue, then spend $1 on remediating an environmental issue, not to fund some activist group to tell us the next dollar should get spent on remediating an environmental issue.
That is such a good point. And I remember in Congress, too, you get it. It's not about just waste, fraud, and abuse. It's about trying not to take from taxpayers as early on as we can. I have to say, too, early on, you've changed the image of the EPA from an organization that is rife with fraud and abuse, but also the over-regulation of Americans. When you were in Congress, I remember we would have you on and we'd talk about some of these outrageous, a puddle somewhere was called a lake. What can you tell us about trying to free up Americans while also protecting the environment?
Well, you're bringing up a really good point just now. One of the announcements we made on March 12th was to reconsider the definition of waters of the United States, because there were people who were concerned that they, on their farm, their ranch, their land, they might see some water that emerges. Now they have to go hire an attorney or a consultant to tell them whether or not it's subject to federal jurisdiction as a water of the United States. It didn't make any sense. So we now, post Supreme Court decision in the Sackett case, we are going to have clear, simple, prescriptive definition, and Americans will know whether or not a waterway qualifies for a water of the United States subject to federal jurisdiction. But that wasn't the only thing on March 12th. No, we had dozens of different announcements that day that amount to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country. We believe that we can both protect the environment and grow the economy, and it's not a binary choice. So when we are finished, while we're done doing very important work to help deliver clean air, land, and water for all Americans, we also will have accomplished more deregulation than entire presidencies across all agencies, across the entire administration. When you look back in history, that's how much of a mess it was that we inherited, and we're going to fix it all. And we're not going to take 4 years to get it done.
No, it's very rapid. I follow you on Twitter, and I follow some of the stuff you're doing. Now, I like the wisdom of Solomon, if you might, with people on the contrails and the geoengineering, a lot of that in the news. And as I understand it, what you've said is full transparency. We're going to look at everything we have. We're going to talk about what's out there now, but we're not going to rashly either shut down conversation or jump in there with some conspiracy theory. What are you trying to do with that?
Yeah, amen. People have questions, they have concerns, and if they get ignored by their government, then they might start filling in that vacuum with their own conclusions and might start to believe and advance certain things that unfortunately are conclusions that you're reached to without being able to communicate with your duly elected government. That's the wrong answer. In our country, when those questions are asked of government has a responsibility to respect the people that we are supposed to represent, to heed those questions, provide answers. If you don't know the answers, to look into it. So I come into this position well aware of how many people have had questions about weather modification, geoengineering, specifically solar geoengineering, the lines that you'll see coming out of the back of aircraft that sometimes dissipate right away, sometimes last a few minutes, sometimes last hours, sometimes they turn into clouds. You know, if you have a whole lot of jet aircraft above your house, then maybe you're seeing a whole lot at one time. There's a lot of questions. So what I challenged the agency to do is to make sure that everything that the agency knows, that everything that I know as administrator is put out to the public. Now, you might be able to generate some AI picture or video that can look quite spooky and start scaring people.
Right.
I'm just asking anyone inside of government or outside of government to work together, to communicate with each other, to answer questions and do it. And in my role as administrator of EPA, I want the public to know whatever I have access to as administrator. I have nothing that I want to see myself, the agency, the government hide.
Well, that's certainly, we look forward to having you back on that because, as you know, that's a big issue, and I think this is the way, as a broad principle, as you just stated, that's the way government should operate. Parting question for Lee Zeldin. What's on the horizon for you? What is it that we'll be seeing from EPA, say, in the next few months?
Well, we just touched on the big stuff on the policy front, gaining control of the money, the billions of dollars, the policy agenda, protecting the environment, growing the economy. The AI event today, I'll be with President Trump in Pennsylvania with a number of other members of the cabinet, hosted by Senator Dave McCormick. So all eyes once again back on Pennsylvania today.
Yes,
leading the way on artificial intelligence.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thanks for the great job you're doing at this. This is a very important role, and I hear all the time when I talk with you balance on this, and that's exactly what the EPA needs. Yeah,
100%. And by the way, on that last topic, EPA.gov/geoengineering, EPA.gov/contrails. That's what we put up a few days ago. Where I told my team what all the meetings, all the conversations. They said, okay, now let's put it all together and put it out to the public, so that everything you told me, we're telling the public, and we're just going to continue to engage from there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Administrator. Thanks for coming on today.
You got it. Take care.
All right, there is Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator, and you can tell the hot button thing here that is driving, and I think he's handling it correctly, are contrails, geoengineering, weather. Maybe in a future time we'll ask about Bill Gates and what merry mischief he's up to. But important role, and he emphasized Dave McCormick tomorrow and the big event, or today, the big event here in Pittsburgh with the president. We'll have more on that coming up. 855-839-1210.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, you're with Dom. Hope you enjoyed. I'm just going, by the way, people saying chemtrails. I get it. I was told contrails, though, by the EPA. So both. We're talking about that problem, weather, and is anything going on? And I thought he answered it correctly. All right, let's go to Robert in Bensalem here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, good to talk to you guys today. That movie that you were talking about, Sleepers, was a good movie, but there's a little fun fact there. If you remember the scene where they had the guard admit on the stand that they were messing with the kids, that actor was Terry Kinney, and apparently he did well because he got promoted because he was the unit supervisor in the show Oz. Tim McManus.
Okay. Yeah. Are you going Oz? You're not going Oz. We can take that one off.
No.
Since you meant. Look,
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I like.
Man, I can't believe I did that.
No, that's okay. I like Oz a lot, but boy, you talk about a heavy-duty watch. Oh my God.
I know. That was pretty raw. Pretty raw.
Yeah.
But for my answer to the side question, I'm going to go with the movie Papillon, where the man was sent to a penal colony that the French have along the northeast coast of South America, and the whole story is about his fighting for his freedom. And in the end, when he's floating off in that boat, probably to a certain death, and he says, "I beat you, you bastards." That was just a great movie. I'm going to go with Papillon. You guys have a great day.
I like
okay?
Papillon too, and boy, talk about difficult stuff though, where he hides stuff. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Don. That was a great segment with Lee Selden. Thank you.
Yeah, look, I think he's doing the right thing. I think it's overblown, the geoengineering and all, but he's taking a balanced approach, and that's what he should be doing.
Well, and it's this whole administration's job. And I was told this young, when I was very, very young. President's number one responsibility is to protect us. And that doesn't just stop at the president. It stops at his administration.
Right.
From all shapes, forms, and, attacks.
Hey, Joe, but before you go forward, let me just ask you out of the blue, and if you don't have one, that's okay. I can't wait. Even Alan Dershowitz, yes, I'm going to love that. But after that, we finally have Trump's, I don't know if I have all 250 of them here. It's wild. His Garden of Heroes. And the Washington Post is putting on extra people because of the people that will be in the Garden of Heroes. They can't stand it.
Well, every one of those heroes isn't going to hold any kind of credibility with the left. You asking me for my...
Who would you put in there? Yeah, if you want it to be a bit provocative, particularly.
Oh, gee whiz.
I'll tell you this, while you're thinking, Joe, he leads off with Columbus, and that's who I would lead off with. Right down Broadway, I want a statue of Columbus. It's like a block long.
Well, in those terms, then, to honor the guy who follows you up in the afternoon, let's go with Magellan, because Rich Zeoli is a world traveler these days.
Magellan, okay. I don't know if that's American or not. Magellan might be saying gravy. I'm not sure.
You usually facilitate things off the top of my head. I just couldn't do it today. Had me at a loss.
Yeah.
I mean, Ronald Reagan. How's that? I mean,
that's the chalk. There you go. Yep.
He's my hero. Yep. He is my hero.
Yep.
And Trump could surpass him. He could.
So,
and
Joe, do you think at Mulligan's in August, the vote ought to be, because I love the vote stuff, should it be Trump or Reagan? Would that be fun or no?
It would probably be the best one available. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that one. That's what I'm looking at.
And you take credit for it, not me.
Oh, no, you take credit for it. Joe, what's your side?
My side, and it's typical Stephen King, garbage to me in a way. I love the movie, but he made the supporting actor out to be almost like Jesus Christ. Where and I'm for the capital punishment. I really am, the death penalty. But he made everybody think, what if you do away with the wrong person? Because that guy, he's creating all the big guy, that large guy. He's creating all these miracles and healings. What if you exterminate the wrong person? And my entry is the Green Mile.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm not seeing that with Charles Manson. It's a miracle. All right, coming up, Alan Dershowitz, and I'll give you Trump's Garden of Heroes. It's pretty wild. It's eclectic. A lot of New Yorkers in there. That's all coming forward here on Talk Radio 1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our heart rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
Treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. I have the Trump Garden of Heroes. I have my rooting interest in the All-Star game tonight. I hope the robot umpire, in whatever capacity, screws up, does something wild, disintegrates right there on the field. That's my wish. That would be great viewing. But first, joining us, and I really appreciate it, I think he's at an airport, Professor Alan Dershowitz, back with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Professor, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. I just got back from Italy, and I'm traveling, but I hope that we'll be able to talk without too many interruptions from announcements about airplanes. So
okay.
Go ahead.
How did you find Italy as the Epstein thing was developing? Yeah? Where did you go?
I went to Sardinia.
Okay.
Look, I tried my best to ignore the Epstein thing, which is exactly what it deserves. Let's be very, very clear. There is no client list. He did not work for the Mossad. He was not murdered. There are no sex tapes. There are FBI reports of interviews with alleged victims and no names of the people who are accused have been redacted along with negative information about the accusers. So what's happened is the courts have made a decision. Look, if we're not going to be able to give out information about the accusers and maybe their motivations to lie for money, etc., then we're not going to give out the names of the people who are accused because that wouldn't be fair. That's the essential censorship that's occurred. It didn't happen by the Trump administration. It happened by 2 federal judges in New York.
All right. So why is Maxwell in jail then, in your view?
I have no idea. She's in jail because Epstein's dead. And, you know, you need revenge. And they couldn't get it against Epstein, so they got it against his former girlfriend, secretary, and major domo. She kind of ran the household. I got to know her when I was Epstein's lawyer, and she seemed, you know, like a very nice woman. Her father, Robert Maxwell, may well have worked for the Mossad, which is what gave rise to the false claim that Epstein worked for the Mossad. I guarantee you, if Epstein had worked for the Mossad, the first person he would have told was me as I was negotiating a deal, because we would have gotten a much better deal if we could prove that he was working for an intelligence agency or the CIA or anybody else. But he wasn't. So 90% of the stuff that's coming out now, particularly the Tucker Carlson stuff, is just false. It's just wrong. But there is stuff that's being suppressed, and that is stuff about the alleged victims and some of the names of people. By the way, I know the names of all the people that have been redacted. None of them are currently in office. None of them are currently prominent politicians. Several of them are dead. Others are retired.
All right, Professor, though, we did have young women with Epstein going to the island with prominent males, correct?
No, I don't think so. I don't know of any situation where a prominent male went to the island. Clinton didn't go to the island, as far as I know. Bill Gates didn't go to the island. I certainly never went to the island with any young people or anything like that. So I don't know of any evidence of prominent people who went to the island. There may be, but I've seen none of it in the files. There was an allegation that the British scientist Stephen Hawking participated in an orgy.
Well, that's wild, yeah.
Now, in his wheelchair. Yeah. So, you know, you have to take with a grain of salt. A lot of the complainants have been paid fortunes and fortunes of money, millions and millions of dollars collectively, many after Epstein died. And so there is a motive to elaborate. I think there's been an investigation done also by the police authorities in the Caribbean, which have jurisdiction over the island. But yes, many prominent people were on his airplanes. Bill Clinton was on his airplane. Bill Gates was on his airplane. As his lawyer, of course, I was on his airplane. But I don't know that there's any single airplane manifest that would show any prominent person on the plane with any young woman. That would be the key. And
let me ask you, Don. I hate to grill you on this, but I'm trying to understand.
Sure, please.
Yeah. But Professor, so was Epstein going to the island with these young women, or are you saying that didn't happen and they're making it up?
No. He went to the island with the young women. I'm sure that happened.
Okay.
And I'm sure he had, I don't know, young women, maybe 1 or 2 at a time, also in Palm Beach. And he had improper sexual relations with them. I don't know that he, when he was on the island, trafficked the women to other people. He seemed to me like a very selfish guy. But it's possible. But I have seen no evidence of any prominent people to whom these people were trafficked. Now, the claim is that one of the people was Prince Andrew. He's denied it. I don't know whether it's true or not. She claims to have had sex with one of the women claims to have had sex with Prince Andrew, for which she got paid $15,000, and she was well over age, according to the allegations. I just don't know any of these things, whether they're true or not. I can tell you there are no smoking guns. If every single thing came out, because I'm aware of a lot of it, people would go ho-hum. There's nothing to it. There's no prominent person. There's no person today in office or running for office that would, or running financial firms or anything like that, who would be embarrassed. Look, most of the people who knew Epstein knew him before he was accused. He used to invite, the president of Harvard, this president of this corporation, that corporation, to academic events. My wife and I were invited to come and see an astronaut who had just gotten out of space and showed photographs. And that was the event at which a guy comes over to me and said, "Hi, I'm Andrew." And I said, "Oh, what do you do for a living?" And he said, "I work for my mom." I said, "What company does your mom work for?" And he said, "Great Britain." That was my introduction. Look, I was introduced to Epstein by a woman named a Rothschild, from the famous Rothschild, married to one of the famous Rothschilds. She told me he was the greatest guy in the world, the smartest guy, the most honorable guy, a good investor and all that. I said no. I had my kids up at the vineyard, so I said no. But then she insisted. So I met him. And then he invited me to come to Leslie Wexner's birthday party, 59th birthday party, at which Shimon Peres was, the Prime Minister of Israel, at which John Glenn, the astronaut and senator. I mean, those are the kinds of people that were at his events. There were never, ever any young girls. There were 25-year-olds and 27-year-olds. I remember meeting a woman who was a graduate student at the Harvard Business School whose father was a prominent banker in Germany. But, my wife was with me most of the time, and there was just nothing suspicious except that, as President Trump put it in an interview, he seemed to like them on the young side. Now, what does that mean?
But let me interrupt, Professor Nance. So
Sure.
with this kind of background and your skill with media and the law, what would you say the Trump administration can do at this point? Should they be
Get
saying
everything
something
out.
like this?
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything should come out.
Okay.
They should be going to court and asking these two judges to unredact everything they've been redacting, to get everything out there. Right now, there's so much suspicion that the only way to resolve this is to turn over every single piece of paper. Nobody gets protected. And the only thing that's fair is if you're going to turn out the names of people who have been accused, you also have to provide the information about them. I'll give you an example. It was a woman named Sarah Ransom. She accused Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton of having sex with young children, and also Branson, the guy who owns Virgin Airlines, Richard Branson. And she filed an affidavit to that effect, and these people were embarrassed. It was a public, and then she admits publicly to the New Yorker that she made up the whole story. So if the accusations come out, so too must the information that might help to see whether the accusations are true. And nothing should be withheld. And I think the Trump administration should be the ones pushing for a release of all the information. If the defense lawyers do it as we did, we tried to get all this information, the judges said no. But if the government does it, I think there's a better chance. So they should.
All right. Well, Professor, thank you, particularly in transit. Current book for Alan Dershowitz, or upcoming book. What are you working on?
Well, I just finished a book called The Preventive State, which looks at all the ways in which governments try to prevent people from doing things through deportation, through other, and that book's now available on Amazon, The Preventive State, the challenge of preventing serious harms while preserving essential liberties. That's my main book right now.
Professor, thank you as always. Thanks for coming on today.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Professor Alan Dershowitz, unique vantage point, unique view, and what he would do if he were the Trump administration. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. It is also, side question today, yesterday, Storm the Bastille Day. Hit us with that all-time prison film, your Dan's, Henry's, and mine. I can't recommend enough Sleepers. As a sleeper film. It's not an all-time great, but I think you'll like it. I got several others I'll take off later if we don't hear them. And coming up, I'll give you President Trump, some of the names. It's huge, and it's covered to build the Garden of Heroes. Now, the Washington Post is going nuts. They're trying to slow it down. Maybe it would be not your cup of tea, some of the people that are in there. I told you Columbus, for example. They think that's controversial. Speaking with the Washington Post, James Grossman, the executive director of the American Historical Association, described some of the inclusions as odd, probably inappropriate, and provocative. I'm looking at some of the lists that I have in front of me. I don't know who he's talking about. New York Daily News reporter pointed out that Woody Guthrie, a suggested honoree, once wrote lyrics for a song called Old Man Trump, which was about and critical of Trump's father, Fred Trump, accusing him of stirring up racial hate per lyrics published. So Trump is, all over the place with this. He's recognizing all kinds of Americans. Who would they keep out? I'll give you one that's in the news for another reason, too, coming up. But Columbus is on here. The usual. There are some presidents. There are Frank Sinatra, the Garden of American Heroes, Elvis. You're going to take those guys out? A lot of African-American first, one sort or another, Hispanics. You could say it's a clunky type of thing, the Garden of Heroes. Is it? Or is it kind of a homage to American greatness? All right, I'll give you a few of those and take your calls. Give me your response to Alan Dersowitz, too. Now, he's been involved with this one person who sued him. He countersued, all that back and forth. His advice at the end, though, I think is the thing that should happen. That would be something the Trump administration could show how difficult it is to get all this out there, and that they're pursuing it. Do you agree with that? 855-839-1210. All right, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more to order. Call 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure and cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
1210 WPHT, Philadelphia's talk giant, Alexandria Desario, or actress Sydney Sweeney.
Is it hard to act while I'm not wearing clothes? No.
You don't find you get, nervous?
No. I think that I have gained so much confidence and self-awareness through Cassie. I think that the female body is a very powerful thing.
Who is bigger? You demand to know. This Sunday night, 10 p.m., 1210 WPHT Sterling, every damn Sunday.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. Prison. Stormed the Bastille yesterday. Historic. We're looking for your very best film, book, song, all of that. I mentioned I'll get to the Garden of Heroes in a second. Coming up, we're going to talk with a local female Republican state senator who's been with us before. I saw last night that I like the head of the building trades. And there's a kerfuffle because the building trades endorsed Stacey Garrity the last time she ran for treasurer, or at least the first time. I'm not sure about the last. They don't like she's backing the big, beautiful bill, and they cautioned her, you can't run for dog catcher if you challenge Josh Shapiro. And females are seeing this as really intimidating. So we'll talk about that. But in addition to that, it's a tell. They're afraid of Garrity. You know who they want. And look, I can't say it in moron terms, and he knows I'm saying. I don't care. They want that dope, Mastriano. That's what they want. They want Mastriano again. And guess what? If Stacey Garrity does not run, I'm predicting here and now, we're going to get Doug Mastriano again. And I made up my mind, as much as I despise Josh Shapiro and the threat, I cannot endorse that maniac. I just can't. It's too much to bear. What the hell is going on here? I guess the sense is, now I think she's going to run, and I think she has a reasonable chance. This guy is not Superman, Josh Shapiro. Despite the media here in Philadelphia touting him, oh, if Josh were president, oh, what is his record based on? Yeah, he fixed effectively 95. He did all that. But you see how insidious this guy is and what he does. He ran on supporting the death penalty, and then he said he had a conversation with his son, and suddenly he's against the death penalty. Can't do the death penalty. I mean, come on, that's fraudulent. How could I look him in the eye and explain it? You should have done that before the election. Have the conversation with him. Tell us at least you're against it, among many things. But he is a real threat to be their nominee. And they are hell-bent to get Doug Mastriano. They know exactly what they're doing. And if you think it's bad in Pennsylvania now, how corrupt they are with just a one-vote lead in the House, stopping everything imaginable, screaming at a group of girls, we're never going to bring that bill up. Remember that? A guy who's a coward and won't come on. You're going to get a lot more of that if Doug Mastriano is the nominee. You got to call it out. You got to call it out on the Republican side. There's a limit to the craziness. All right, now the Garden of Heroes. Trump really made the list. Some of my favorites on here, and I'm not giving you the biggest names. There's a lot of big names, but just some that pop. Todd Beamer, let's roll, the guy that led the charge on 9/11. that brought down the plane in Shanksville. What an American hero. Kobe Bryant. I just saw, and I know this is list week for some of these sports outlets. Kobe Bryant was only listed as the 11th best basketball player in history. What a disgraceful bunch of people that would even put anything like that out. At the end of the game, I might want the ball in Kobe Bryant's hands second to none. Even Michael Jordan. He's a better foul shooter. He's a killer. He's not the 11th best. He's in the top 5. Come on. Edison, Dan, is on the list. I haven't gotten the Tesla yet. I'll let you know if I get Julia Child, another one of your favorites, is on the list. Davy Crockett, Walt Disney. Let's see, which are they seeing as controversial here? Edison, I mentioned Einstein, Henry Ford. Yeah, there's a bit of troubled history there with Henry Ford, but you can't keep him off the list, I don't think. Ruth Bader Ginsburg is on the Trump list, and Antonin Scalia. It's like a pairing here. Let's see. Ernest Hemingway, completely overrated. Wouldn't have him on the list. Patrick Henry, definite, just for that one phrase. As for me, let's see. Steve Jobs, Helen Keller, John F. Kennedy.
Helen Keller.
Yeah, Helen Keller is a great American. I mean, think of what she overcame. It's an inspirational story.
Both Elvis and Sinatra.
Elvis and Sinatra. Henry's attacking Helen Keller. Oh, man, get the media here. Get the media
Not
here
a real
on
person.
that one. Yeah, let's see. Jesse Owens. Oh, Jesse Owens, unbelievable. Facing down Hitler. Edgar Allan Poe, a bit of a wild stuff. Paul Revere.
I mean, Dr. Seuss is on the list.
Dr.
We've
Seuss.
gone
Yeah,
back and forth with the controversies over
Yeah,
Seuss.
you're right. Dr. Seuss, a guy who's completely underrated. Jonas Salk, polio vaccine. Oh, my God. The guy's underrated. Fulton Sheen. Man, they really went back. Frank Sinatra. American hero. Okay. Tecumseh. Up there it is. Nikolai Tesla made the list. All right, so both of Alec Trebek. That's the one I was waiting for.
Wait, he's on there?
Yes.
Why?
He's Canadian, first of all.
Yeah,
yes.
he doesn't.
But you know,
Einstein's not American either.
Well, he became
Einstein
naturalized.
Create the theory of
Well,
relativity.
who's to, yeah,
think
who's
he
to
became
say?
a citizen.
Who's to say? Yeah, well, who's to say Trebek didn't come naturalized too? I don't know why he's on there, but
no, I think he remained a Canadian. We have to look that one up.
Well, regardless of whether he did, I mean, the accomplishment difference. You have Einstein and the theory of relativity versus.
Well, wait a minute, Dan. If you ever seen Jeopardy, you got to be an Einstein to play. Well, look, this is the mind of Trump. Could you see him sitting there? Yeah. Put that on the list. Dan Borowski. That guy. We don't have any polls on the list. Put a Borowski on there.
Where's Pulaski?
Where's Pulaski? Pulaski has the most monuments of anybody in the country. I don't see Pulaski on here. That's an
That
oversight.
is offensive in itself.
Yes.
Where's our polls? There's no Polish people
I don't
at
see
all.
anybody Polish
I have
here.
the entire list in front of me. There's no skis.
I'm looking for a lot of skis here.
Yeah, or
who the heck is John
Czechs,
Russell
no
Pope?
Czechs.
That seems like a made-up name. Let's see.
Who's Tadeusz Kościuszko? Is he Polish?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I got a poll, man.
I think
we got one.
I think
Andrew
it's
Thaddeus Bonaventure Kościuszko, a Polish military engineer, statesman, and military leader who became a national hero in Poland,
Right.
the United
Yes.
States, Lithuania, and Belarus.
There you go.
Look at this guy I've never heard of.
Lorenzo di Salvia. That seems made up, too. I don't know him. Orville Wright, Frank Lloyd Wright. He liked the Wrights. Wilbur Wright. There's 3 Wrights on here.
Sacagawea.
Cy Young is on here, but is Ty Cobb on here? Babe Ruth's on here. Is Ty Cobb on here? Because Ty Cobb is kind of questionable for some of his antics.
I don't think you're gonna find Ty Cobb on
No, Ty Cobb's not on there, but Babe Ruth is. Muhammad Ali is on there, and
Hank
Columbus. No, I don't see Hank Aaron. I would put Hank Aaron on there for a lot of reasons. Yeah.
Steve Jobs?
Steve Jobs is on there.
Yeah, why?
An inventor of sorts, right? Or a popularizer of sorts.
I just feel like this is becoming the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, too many.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
It's like, we're going to, like Tesla, yeah. Edison, maybe. Bill Gates, no. Steve Jobs, no. Is Bill Gates on the list?
No, for those
No,
guys,
I'm looking for Bill Gates. I think most of these are deceased, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
How many are alive? I haven't had a chance to. Yeah, you can see Trump's influence. Henry Clay's on here. I mean, come on. Barry Goldwater, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's getting a little.
Yeah,
we're getting
deep
but
there.
He'll put 1,000 out there if he has the money for it. Can you imagine sitting around with Trump and coming up with a garden of heroes?
He's got to put 1,000 out there. He's missing a lot of people.
Yeah, well, it's hard in the entirety of American history coming up with this. And I don't think he put on, and why am I blanking on her? The African-American female who was a general, Revolutionary War time. Why am I blanking? It has the house in Cape May. It will come to me, and she definitely deserves to be on this list. I mean, heroic beyond belief. It'll come to me.
Yeah, it almost sounds like they were like sitting around like the fireplace last night or something, just like throwing names around. Like, all right, yep, put that one on the list, that one.
Francis Scott Key. I guess he's controversial.
Oh, remember the Key Bridge went down? Yeah, who's that one named after?
Exactly.
Get the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, he's got a lot of kings and keys. Okay. Interesting list. We'll see if this comes to fruition. They're already trying to block it. Why? What's wrong with the Garden of American Heroes? It might be a bit gaudy, but I think it's solid. Now it's just maybe winnowing down to the top 100. Yeah, and where are the polls on there? Might be only one.
So the initial list included Christopher Columbus, Andrew Jackson, and John James Audubon, who Google AI says are the offensive ones.
Audubon's offensive? What the heck is up with that? So, Dan, I'll ask you first, and then Henry. Are you rooting, as I am tonight, I'm serious, that the robot umpire screws up and says something so farcical that it's impossible to imagine?
Well, they're only using the ABS system, so it's a challenge system.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying that there's some glitch that happens here that's way off.
So you're saying there's going to be like a close strike three or something, or I guess a not close strike three, and that's why the batter wants to challenge.
The batter gets hit and it says strike three. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. There you
Umpire's
go.
AI convinces all the pitching machines to turn on their teams and start firing pitches at 90
like
miles
that.
per hour
Yeah,
at all the players.
Exactly. Or it does something. And Major League Baseball goes, oh, my God, why are we so fascinated with bringing in AI to everything or whatever they're using tonight, this computers, science to everything? Makes no sense to me. Part of the game is the umpire having their own strike zone. You have to adjust. If it's egregious, you get into a rhubarb, maybe the league does something about it. It's just a game. You have to learn how to work the ref. 855, I don't think they could referee basketball. I got to see that.
No.
And football, they would just call holding every play. They couldn't referee football. You know, they don't have any sense of how impossible the game would be if you did it robotically. So it'll be interesting to see how many challenges, what happens tonight with it. I'll be riveted to that. That and the one Polish guy in the game. Will he throw a ball 103 miles an hour tonight?
The Miz.
Yes. All right. Dan will be prideful. He'll jump up in his chair and tell Missy, there's the pride of it. All right. Coming up, we're going to talk with local state senator about Stacey Garrity and the building trades pushing back firmly, saying you better not run against Josh Shapiro. Will she run? And why are these Republican women so gung-ho about this? And really, they want Doug Mastriano. And I'm determined, by every way that I can, to stop Doug Mastriano. There's no way. I would put it 0.000 that Doug Mastriano can win the governor's race. You know it, and I know it. Why do that again? All right, 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
High humidity levels remain in the forecast through the rest of the work week. It'll be partly sunny today. Slight chance for a stray shower or storm during the afternoon with a high near 90. Very muggy tonight, partly cloudy with a low 76. And for Wednesday, partly sunny, hot and humid with some scattered showers and storms during the afternoon with a high 92.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, that involves a side question today. Prison stormed the Bastille yesterday. So this summit we've been talking about, big money. I think the president is leaving there, was there, with Josh Shapiro, Dave McCormick. That has all the schedules kind of fluid. We may talk with Pennycook, State Senator Pennycook tomorrow, but it seems like there's an all-out effort to me. It's pretty obvious. They don't want Stacey Garrity to run. She's a viable candidate. Now, I'm reasonable on this. Josh Shapiro, with all the money, all the love from the corrupt media, they see this guy, he's got to be president, as the favorite, and I think he would be the favorite. But Stacey Garrity, military service, Treasury, she's won a lot of friends, big vote getter, the highest of all time, and rural Pennsylvania. Also, I want a shot here at least at Josh Shapiro, ding him up a bit, even if he wins again, so that nationally might be more difficult. You put Doug Mastriano in there again. I still remember people telling them, and they're looking at me like, you got to be kidding me. Doug prays all the time. Doug, this, that, and the other. I mean, it's lunacy. And what did it unleash? It made it harder for us to live here in Pennsylvania. Look at Shapiro. Look at the House. By one vote, they shut it down for 3 months. They blame the roof. They got away with it. They're holding on by one vote on so many issues that would improve lives here. Yeah, the state Senate's there, and he always could veto if he chooses, but he doesn't want to do that on some of these issues like men and women's sports, and we're stymied because of the fact Doug Mastriano dragged down everything. He will drag it down again. You're not going to win in Pennsylvania. I've told this to Mark Houck, who I really like. Mark Houck's not running, he said, against Brian Fitzpatrick. If I had to predict, it looks like there will not be any challenger, severe primary to Brian Fitzpatrick that I can see. That's not going to stop Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey. They're saying, he's not getting away with it. He did vote for Medicaid cuts. You knew that's what they would say. So how do we proceed here? We need good candidates, not just somebody who's, you cannot be against abortion with the 3 exceptions that President Trump talks about in Pennsylvania and win. You're not going to win. Why is that so hard to understand? Dave White, guy that ran for governor, I really like him. He brought something new to it. He was on. I'm not sure if he's changed on it or not. And he was against that. Well, you're not going to win. I mean, people that are apolitical, young women particularly, that don't pay attention, don't vote, they hear that in any way, shape, or form, they're going to vote and you're going to lose. Why is that so hard to accept? It's about winning. That's the first thing. If you don't win, you have no shot to do anything on abortion or anything else. Have we wised up from Doug Mastriano the last time around? You have people that just want the juice. They want to go wild. Let's throw something wild in there. And I guess they figure that maybe Stacey Garrity's not wild enough. I think she would be a heck of a candidate. I've seen her speak. I've been around her in person during the Oz campaign at the end. And I think she would be remarkable in this. All right, let's go to Chef Dave in Oak Lynn. Dave is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave, go ahead.
How are you?
Good.
Oh, about that list, how did Norman Schwarzkopf get on there? Come on.
He's not somebody in World War II. I mean, it was amazing, the 100 hours or whatever, but you're right. That's low rank. He shouldn't be in the top 250, 40 of all time. Yeah.
And where's Chuck Berry?
I'm not sure if Mr. Berry's on it.
He's not on it. I just looked.
Yeah.
The greatest songwriter ever.
I think Irving Berlin. Who else am I thinking?
Well, if we're going to put Chuck Berry up there, we must put Marty McFly, too, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, Marty McFly did it. Come on.
If you listen to interviews by the great guitar players,
right,
they all say they heard Chuck Berry and they said, we want to play like him.
Look, if we were sitting there with Trump and we said, come on, Chuck Berry's not on there, he'd build another statue. Of course, it's endless.
No, and they got Ira Hayes on it.
Right.
Why didn't they just put all 4 of them on there? They left Harlan Bach, Soulsby,
right. It's going to be a big garden. That's why, yeah.
Hey, man, it's Trump. It's got to be big and fancy.
Exactly.
Come on.
Who's your side today on the prison, Chef Dave?
Oh, my side question is a German movie made in '05 about this woman, Sophie Schroll, who was handing out leaflets at Munich University, anti-war, anti-Nazi, and all that stuff, you know. So they caught her, and, you know, it was her final 6 days, so they chopped her head off. And she had a great quote at the end of the movie. How can we expect righteousness to prevail when there is hardly anyone willing to give himself up individually for a righteous cause?
Thank you, Chef Dave. Well, Valkyrie answers that. A lot of people were to try to stop Hitler. They're still honored in Germany. All right, prison films or a song.
Hey, I got one for you.
Yes,
not
ahead.
a prison film, but a person in the garden.
Yes.
You see Woody Guthrie's in there?
Yes, and Woody Guthrie wrote a song that it called Old Man Trump, attacking Fred Trump, the father of Donald Trump.
And Tear the Fascists Down?
Oh, is that, yeah, is that
a song of his?
Yeah, look, Trump.
And This Land Is Your Land. You know.
Well, Trump is being generous here with this, or he doesn't know. I'm not sure which one plays out here.
Next thing you know, Bruce Springsteen will be in the garden.
Oh, God, no, not an. You know what? I'd like to start a garden that in no way, shape, or form should this famous person ever be in. Springsteen would be one. I agree with you.
Do you think that there will come a point, like, say Trump's making this, and say someone who doesn't like Trump gets, you know, put in the garden? Do you think they're going to be like, no, I'm good. I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a great American.
I don't know if any of them are alive, though. I'm looking at the list. I don't see too many. I'm just scanning it. I don't see anybody alive.
Interesting. All right.
Who's on there that's alive, Dan? Do you see anybody?
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's live people.
I mean, Kobe should be age-wise, but no. I mean, I don't see anybody that's. They may all be deceased. That may be the.
Maybe he has like
treatment
on the other side of the White House, the National Garden of American Losers. And Bruce Springsteen goes in there.
All right, Springsteen's in there. You know who put Rosie O'Donnell in there? The whole cast of The View. Every one of them from the beginning to the end, pretty much. That might be 50 of them. They all belong in there. All right, 85. We may have to spin that off on the side. 855-839-1210. President Trump saying Cuomo has a good shot at winning the race in New York. I don't believe in the end he is going to stay in. I think he's playing with it, trying to get something else. If he does stay in, he's not going to beat this guy. Based on what? Particularly if Adams stays in. Adams hates him. He's got nothing else going on. He's going to stay in. How is Cuomo going to beat the guy that he got murdered by, essentially, in the primary? And I'd much rather have this guy as mayor of New York than Cuomo, with all the baggage, all the nonsense, just the endless stuff, because this guy's fodder for Republicans to win, to constantly barrage in the midterms Democrats about him. All right, so 855-839-1210. Grab a line at 2 o'clock, man of the hour. I don't know where he'll go. Will he go to Dan's way or my way? Will he say, yes, police really want that extra license plate, the license plate in front of the vehicle, too? Got a lot of people commenting on this. They just don't like it. They think it's a money grab, even though there's enough money for roads and everything else. I see what Muth is saying. She thinks it would help police. I see the tension. All right, how much does it help police? How much of it is another burden on somebody just to drive a car in Pennsylvania?
Spoiler alert.
Yes.
I think you're going to go 180 by the end of this conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, with Pat Malloy.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see.
Yeah. When you hear they got some killer new technology that he's going to bring to the table.
Oh.
Yeah, that this kind of relates to.
Oh, man. Dan is getting ready for a victory lap in here. Leslie's saying Dan's gone full commie yesterday on Twitter. Oh, Leslie, talk about overstatement here.
Over
the front license plate.
Oh,
These
man.
people don't fool. Remember the time you took the thing about more cameras at Recreation Center, and that guy called you from the suburbs.
Yeah.
And went wild.
Let's all say we love our boys in blue until we actually have a chance to help them.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Propaganda, softening the battlefield. All right, Pat Malloy, you better go the right way here. You're not coming to the next Dom Day. There you go. Leslie, you figured him out. He's a refugee from Poland. It's commie country. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So I have a great idea for your next office party, bachelorette party, or a private party. Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. That's right. See, Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30, smaller groups 10 or less during business hours, and you can have your own instructor for some shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. Of course, no alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting, and cleaning classes as well. Let Bob's be your go-to place for all things firearms. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts women and co-ed shooting events throughout the year for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about proper firearms ownership. Go to bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, Dom Giordano's show. You get in at 855-839-1210. This is Cut 10, Henry. Amy Walter is ABC. We had on Alan Dersowitz, and I'm trying to remember who was it. O'Reilly yesterday. We're talking with about Epstein. This kind of centers what this is all about. It's about the elites getting away with stuff. That's what Trump ran on correctly. Listen to Amy Walter break it down that MAGA wants to unmask the elites.
Steve Bannon was out recently saying that he believes this handling of the Epstein case could cost the GOP 40 potential House seats in the midterms. Is it that big of an issue?
Yeah, it's hard to believe that this is an issue that is going to continue to be as hot a year from now as it is today. So whether it is going to have an influence on 2026, that does seem unlikely. What it does highlight, though, are a couple of things. The first is the role in which what we call now like non-traditional media figures have in this newly constructed Republican Party. We call it MAGA, and the folks who are the most engaged in bringing in new members of MAGA are folks who aren't on traditional media. They have podcasts, they have YouTube channels, and they have a lot of following. And those followers are the ones that they are spending their most time engaging with. Now, some of them may not end up showing up to vote for Donald Trump, but it is I think the point is that these folks have an undue influence within the party. The second is the degree to which the bind that keeps this party together, that keeps MAGA together, is the idea that there are elites, there are institutions that have had like a chokehold on the American public, and that it is the job of Trump and those who support him to unmask them. That has not happened in this Epstein case.
All right, the elites, that would include big-time college, big college. Absolutely, Trump going after them. The Kennedy Center, I'm just giving you ones that are a little bit, in the weeds, but this passion to say, no, we have been held down by this. We're tired of these people looking down their nose, dictating. New York Times, the lawsuit, Stephanopoulos wins, CBS, all those things. And Epstein, now you heard Dersowitz with me saying, no, there's nothing there. There's no list that you're going to find. So what's the next move? You heard what he said they should do. I agree with him. That's what they should do. All right, Joe in Exton gets in here on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Yes, Dom, after I provide my side answer, I have a question.
Sure.
But for my side answer, there appeared a film called The Birdman of Alcatraz, in which a prisoner murders a prison guard, after which he's then placed in solitary confinement. And during this solitary confinement, he discovers a wounded bird in his cell that he then nurtures to full health. For my question, there was an American, he was a physicist, I think, but he was terribly crippled. I've forgotten his name.
Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Stephen Hawking. He was referenced.
Was there more to?
Yeah.
He just.
Yeah.
He just wanted to know.
Well, we referenced him. He was referenced with Dersowitz and how crazy it is. Stephen Hawking had an orgy, and he's in the Epstein files, purportedly. Ridiculous.
He's British though. He's not American.
Okay, there you go. Well, I don't know if he was naturalized or not, but he was mentioned in the Epstein files. All right, Pat Malloy, what will he say? The burning question yesterday, with all this going on, Epstein files and everything else, this Katie Mew, state senator in Chester County, who I don't think has a very good record on being scrupulous about having people actually have their vehicle registered and all that stuff, suddenly says we need to have license plates rear and front. And we got a lot of objections. Some people, we had a woman call, was supportive. Pat Malloy, all-time police figure out there in Abington. He'll tell us the wisdom that he has. Is this worth it? That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. All right, usually I would completely defer, Dan, to Abington Chief of Police Pat Malloy.
Oh, usually?
But there was a
come
bit of a problem on Friday night. We were both attending the Joe Conquid, great show at the City Rhythm Orchestra, and I had 7 of us there, Luke and his girlfriend, people we rent from at the shore and our friends.
Yeah, true Italian of you showing up with a giant party. Yeah,
yes.
The entourage.
Entourage. And we were only put in the second row.
Oh.
In the front row was Chief Pat Malloy and assorted police dignitaries, some of whom didn't show up.
Wow.
You know, I like those seats in the front row. You can put your feet all the way out.
That's appropriate, though. Chief Pat Malloy definitely deserves front row status over Dom Giordano.
I was introducing Conklin, though. I don't know if Pat Malloy was going to give him a 21-gun salute.
Was it done like
or
a
something.
Catholic reading where like you had to be called up and genuflect before you went up on stage and
no,
people?
it was trying to get. It's a weird thing there at Wildwood High School. You can't figure out how to get behind the scenes. Rose suggested I just run up and jump over the onto the stage.
Yeah, you could do that.
Oh yeah,
sure.
It's like a hurdle, 110-yard hurdle, and there was all kinds of equipment there and everything. But I got by it.
Mm-hmm.
I did the introduction. I don't know what Pat Malloy did. All right, so what is
Wait, so
his...
Pat didn't even talk and he got front row status?
Yes,
okay,
as far as I know.
There's an issue with
He
that.
did give me a joke, though. He said that some people thought, you could bring wine or something and drink at an event like this. No, only in Catholic schools. You can't do that in the public schools.
That's actually a really good
joke.
joke.
I used that right away.
Bravo, Chief.
Thank you.
Good job.
Chief Pat Malloy from Abington and front rows everywhere here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Pat, welcome in.
Hey, Tom, thanks for having me. And you could have used the extra leg room. God knows I don't need it. You're over 6 foot. I would have brought you right up. And,
hey, thank you. By the way, if you ever have a mugshot of me in Abington, just make sure it's 6 foot 1 inch and a quarter. I'll be happy with that. If you say we're looking for a guy looking for a guy under 6 feet, then I'm going to escape.
Bring in the milk crate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great.
So Pat, suddenly out of the blue, and I don't know if you see the history that I do with Senator Muth, who certainly doesn't seem to be a fan of police work or what you face, people with no licensure, the whole thing. I never see her say anything about that. Suddenly gets the idea from someone. Hey, let's put license plates on the front of cars.
A good idea from someone.
and I did a little sandbagging with Dan. I led him astray just so I could get on the show. I don't think he would have booked me if he knew I was going to side with you.
No. Okay, here we go.
So my assistant, Kim, she just handed me something saying, she grew up in Northeast Philly. Philly should require back license plates before they try to pass a bill that adds front license plates.
That's our point. But the serious point, Pat, is I'm all about, what this reminds me of with Katie Muth, Dan, I should have said it yesterday. I was fine with taking your shoes off at the airport, but if you're not going to profile, then I don't want the average person to have to go through that legitimate profiling. I see this as the same thing. If there's a big net aid to the police, well, how is that so if we're not enforcing all these other things?
That's exactly right. We would be punishing law-abiding citizens with increased costs, and a lot of the bumpers aren't even modified where they can even receive these tags. So I see it like that. Like bad guys who are either beating tolls or don't want us to discover them, they're not going to be putting legitimate tags on their cars. In fact, there'll be more tags for them to steal if we have to put them on the front and the back of our vehicles. And so I do see it like that. And I did reference our technology to Dan. Like our officers can ride up and down the mall parking lot and they'll pick up stolen tags, stolen cars, vehicles are out of registration. And if you had a front-facing car who had, and we required tags on all front-facing cars, would that make it a little easier? Yeah, it would. But again, like I said, I think when you look at the cost involved with this and the fact that the increased technologies for license plate readers, for cameras that monitor red lights, they are so clear on the back tags. And then the bad guys are covering their tags up or not. They don't put tags on at all. So you're going to have the same challenges. So I really do feel that this is like an unnecessary piece of legislation. I don't know whether it's going to pass or not because, while it would, I think it would be an undue burden on people who are already out there doing the right thing. And a lot of people like to put like their own personalized tags, firefighters, FOP, U.S. Marine Corps, things that they're proud of. And sometimes we use those to catch bad guys because the bad guys can have them on the top of their front of their tags, and we could use those to help identify them.
Dan, your corner. There's a lot of points.
Well, no, I got to ask though, Chief. Isn't there truth to incrementalism? I mean, I know that Muth has been, and I'm not going to argue, she's not been a friend of the police in any way, but if we're looking at a potential way to further help you guys, is that not something that we should jump to support? And I want to underline. Go ahead. Sorry about that, sir.
No, I'm sorry. But it is a balancing act, Dan. I think you pass legislation sweeping that applies to everybody for the few bad guys and the other benefits that law enforcement would have. And what I see, where do we draw the line? Do we have a huge QR code on the back of our windows, or are we going to put license plate numbers on the top of the vehicles? I mean, obviously it'd be good to have more opportunities to pick up these images of license plates, but in our experience in law enforcement, the most of the citizens, 99% of them, are complying and are repeat offenders, or people out there breaking the vehicle code laws, or otherwise driving stolen vehicles, or plates that don't match the vehicle. These are ones that aren't going. This new law won't help. Won't impact at all, because they disregard the law. And then think of the Driving Equality Act. It's not even against the law to have. We can't even stop people without a plate in Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly. Pat,
So,
you know what? I was just going back at my memory bank. I think the first time we had you on, and I thought you might say this because of your stance on the right to bear arms. There are some police that I think go overboard. I get their instinct. There might be an advantage here, but there is a protected right. We don't want to burden that for people that are following the law. I think there was a guy walking with a weapon, open carry, and the way you do you remember that? It's got to be 15 years ago. I don't even know how many.
Yeah. I bet it was back in 2018, not that long ago. And it was one where, sometimes you will see Second Amendment people try to bait police officers.
Right.
You can walk down Old York Road with an AR-15, a rifle in your hand, and technically the police cannot stop or take that gun from you. We can have a mere encounter. In that case, it was a great job by our detectives, our citizens, and the police all working together. And what we learned by just posting, this is a lot of people were alarmed by this young man walking into the Target. He was a Penn State University student walking close to his old campus where he had just dropped out of school. That was an interesting case, Dom, because the nexus between your rights to bear arms and then our responsibility to take them from people who are suffering from mental health issues and may have been homicidal or suicidal. And through a series of posts and information that we received because of the way our detectives handled it and the way we handled it with the media, it helped us, and it helped us get that gun from that young man and get him the help that he needed. And we did. We got beat up by a lot of Second Amendment people, but there's certain things that are crazy and go beyond the scope of what the Second Amendment was.
Well, I didn't. I thought you threaded the needle there. I think that it's shocking when people see this, and you didn't react that way. You nuanced it until you figured out what was going on here. And again, I think there are some police out there who would just instantly have swarmed this guy, and that could have been deadly.
Yes, that deadly, and until you be violating his rights.
Right.
If you need more probable cause, mental health laws and statutes that exist, you need to make sure you use them properly, because our job is to protect the constitutional rights of everybody. We got to play by the rules, and that's where we play by the rules, and we were able to intercede just at the right time to help that young man get the help he needed.
All right, I'll give you the first shot. Since Dan's been on that side, his next birthday or Christmas or just what the heck at Mulligan's, what kind of license plate should I buy him that he has to put on the front of his vehicle?
Oh, man.
I live in New Jersey, where they rightfully make it, illegal to do that.
I think
it is illegal. That's right. You got to have both. That's right, in Jersey. He got out of it.
Before you let Pat go,
Jersey already.
Yeah, I'd love to just know more about the technology, this new technology that you guys have. So essentially.
Yes.
And before we go, a couple questions regarding technology. First off, the new cameras that you have, you're telling me that if a car's hot, they can just drive through parking lots or drive down the road, and the camera will essentially pick up and match the license plate to the make and model if it doesn't match, or can it pick up temporary plates as well? Like, there's a lot of questions about this thing. It's pretty cool.
Yes. So if we have an armed robbery and it's a temporary plate, we can enter those digits, like say an armed robbery in Philadelphia. We would enter that into our system. If that car were to go by us or any of my vehicles or where we have these fixed, and there's more and more out there, either fixed at intersections or, if you have cameras in your car, our systems also in each vehicle is equipped with license plate reader that are connected to other programs throughout the country. So sometimes you put in the tag you're looking for. Let's say it was an abduction in another town, and that car goes by you, it would hit on our and it doesn't even have to pick
so
it
like,
up
you're telling,
visually.
Even like people sitting on the side of the road, cops sitting there that are doing speed traps essentially can be running plates as they whiz by.
Your technology allows that. Yeah, they're driving down the road and they can be running tags going both ways because the cameras are able to pick them up. So it is incredible. We don't like to advertise it too much, but again,
Chief, I'm sorry.
All right, so all car thieves after there. You didn't hear that from Pat Malloy.
I don't think they're listening to your program. Anyway.
You never know. We're big in the criminal community.
And my final question about technology is, I'm sure, Pat, I know it's a topic that Dom dislikes, but it's red light cameras, speed cameras. What would the implications of a
recognition?
Well, no, but purely the implications. And this is kind of fighting against my point. But what are the implications of front-facing license plates when it comes to red light cameras, speed cameras? Do you think they have more accuracy, and that might be playing into it as well?
I think, and look, the more plates that you have, if you have them put them in the front of your car, the side of your car, it would provide more opportunities for our technology to pick them up. But what I see is that the back plate it's sufficient. But yeah, your point is right. If we required front plates, there will be probably a little bit of a higher percentage of people getting those red light camera citations, which I know Dom loves the red light cameras. So yes, I still don't think that's enough to tip the scale to say, hey, let's make this requirement.
Dan's still trying right to the bitter end, Pat. He's trying right to the end.
No, I'm not. I'm just, I was actually trying to help you guys there with that because it's a good point. And I mean, it's one of the many things, and we're getting a lot of comments on YouTube that, and I don't want Pat to have any comment on this, but it's quite a money-grubbing move by this state, and a lot of it might be tied to tolls as well, and maybe that's why the red light cameras, more accuracy, more ticketing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. And a lot of that money, none of it, they changed the law with that. And Don was right years ago to object to red light cameras. We have seen a significant decrease in collisions, and that's why we did it at the intersections. We only have 3 of them. And it's $100 a ticket. There's no points. But the technology has improved so much in that regard, and there's no incentives for the police department or the municipality to get any of that money. It basically just covers the cost of the cops who are reviewing the videos and helping facilitate the issuance of the citations. So there was all kinds of issues with it where it was a money grab for municipalities. We took that element out. In fact, we told our commissioners that any red light camera enforcement or activities will be paid for by the revenues coming in from the citations and not tax dollars, because we don't want our officers. We need our officers on the street, doing regular traditional policing. So.
Pat, thank you so much. We'll catch up with you at the shore, and Mulligan's coming up. Thank you, Pat.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
Take care.
All right.
Thanks.
Nobody better. Chief Pat Malloy.
Truly.
Wish you were the head of police in Philadelphia. Now, what I like is, Dan, that's the first, I think it was longer than 7 years ago, though. Guy walking down the Old York Road with a rifle. I didn't think I knew Pat then. What are you going to do? How do you approach that? All right, very special Money Melody today, because the prize all the rest of this week, if you win Money Melody each day this week, you'll win a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025 on July 26th. That's a Saturday at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Henry.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Yeah, sorry, I needed a second to play that there. All right, anyway, so side question today. We're asking for that piece of media that's associated with prison or jail. So I'm going to give you a singer that has been associated with prison and or jail. So this person, between the years of 2007 and 2012, found themselves in a bit of legal trouble. This person appeared in court 20 times before 4 different judges that sentenced this person to probation 4 times and sentenced this person to 6 months in jail. Despite all that, this person only spent 2 weeks behind bars in an LA County jail and spent the rest of it on house arrest in their Venice, California home. So I'm going to play a song by this person. You might also know them from their acting career. They actually have a sequel coming out next month. Sequel 20 years in the making, I'll say that much. The movie First movie came out 20-plus years ago. The sequel, 20 years in the making, with another very famous co-star. So I want to know the person singing this song who has had a bit of legal trouble in their past.
This is terrible.
You think? I think it's kind of good.
No, it's horrible.
I mean, it's very 2000s, and this person, I should say, was one of the biggest stars of the 2000s, and that's another big hint right there.
I was going to say Hunter Biden when you talked about only 2 weeks in jail and constant stuff, but all right.
Oh, definitely celebrity privilege here for this one.
All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You're off to the Dave Matthews Band on Saturday, July 26th. 855-839-1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
With Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor gets to know you and your goals to build a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Backed by a team of specialists, they'll analyze all your accounts, even the ones they don't manage, to keep an eye on taxes and provide proactive portfolio insights that can help you unlock your wealth's full potential. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them.
If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, Dave Matthews tickets on the line. Big prize. We'll have that tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday also. Let's hear the clue.
I still think it's a good song.
Let's go to maybe she belongs in the Garden of Heroes. There's the Let's go to Alan in Wilmington. All right, Alan, what's your answer?
So I don't know that much about her driving record, but I do know she had other legal problems, and her voice sounds like Britney Spears.
Oh, I thought that was a great
It's
guess.
not Britney, no.
That was a really good guess.
Great
Good
guess.
try, Alan. That's where I was going to go. Danielle, who's singing?
I had Britney too, but how about Christina Aguilera?
Not quite.
Okay.
We got to get out of the realm of singers and into the realm of actresses.
Yeah,
right?
when I mentioned that she's in a movie sequel coming out soon, I'd say the bigger part of this person's career was their acting career.
Alan in Bucks. All right, Alan. Good clue for you. What do you say?
How about Lindsay Lohan?
All right. That's not bad for Lindsay Lohan.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Alan. Enjoy the Dave Matthews Band. And yes, Lindsay hasn't been in the news that I've seen in quite a while for nothing. Yeah.
No, it was just I was looking for people. I was like, oh, I forgot she had music, and I decided on one of her songs.
And they got it.
And they got it. You know what I was thinking, because she does have a sequel coming out next month, Freakier Friday, the sequel to Freaky Friday. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Her and Jamie Lee Curtis sharing the screen again.
Oh, God. Does she play the thing where she's twins, older now, and she's setting up the dad with somebody?
Parent Trap.
Yeah, Parent Trap. Parent Trap 6 or something. In one, I think she wore she wore an ankle bracelet.
40-year-old now still
there was
taking out her elderly
Dennis
parents.
there was that. The ankle bracelet, Parent Trap. Yeah. All right, we have a winner again. Really good prize. Thank you, Walter. Tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, we'll have it again. Be ready around 2:13, 2:14, depending upon events. All righty, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Hit us with that all-time movie scene, prison scene, is what we're looking for. Could be a book. I mean, a lot of great ones on Twitter. By the way, I told you yesterday, and I just can't resist. I wouldn't try to get them on, but this name and what I'm going to tell you about him at Penn. Yesterday we told you at Penn there's open revolt because Penn saw the light of day, and not only did they say, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, we're not going to have these transsexual things, women's sports, but they also took away Leah Thomas's alleged records and gave them to the rightful owners, the women. Well, that did not sit well with any number of people. I'm looking at a group that does great work, the College Fix. UPenn faculty unhappy with agreement to ban men from women's sports. So I see social work professor Amy Hillier says the university's decision was more evidence that our institutions are failing us, especially trans people. But here's the name that jumped out at me. This person researches queer and feminist science and technology studies, authored the book Sex isn't real. The invention of an incoherent binary. Called the statement an ongoing betrayal of its trans students, staff, and faculty. The name of that person is Beans Veloci. Or Veloci. Beans Veloci. Is that Dr. Beans Veloci?
They're taking name as Beans?
Beans, Velocci.
Like
a disgrace to Italians. Beans uses...
Wait, Beans is a transgendered individual who chose the name Beans?
I'm not sure if they're trans. They wrote the book, though, and they researched this.
Big
so I would
Stevens
assume.
fan, that's all.
And
what's the name, Beans?
Beans Veloci, Velocci. Yeah, let's see if you... they use they, them, of course. Added the settlement, contradicted the work of top scholars across various fields who say sex is not binary. But it jumped out at me. You're right. Beans Veloci.
I'm just saying, like...
Yes. Of all the names...
Yes.
Cabbage.
Why
Cabbage.
Like, I want them to come on the show just to explain why they chose Beans.
You know what? If they would come on, I certainly would enjoy. I'd like to know that.
There's got to be a story behind it, right?
Oh yeah, there was. And I'm not sure if they're transgender or not, but College Fix.
Well, go by they them. Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Not necessarily, but I guess we'd have to pretty much surmise that. They talk here about all the people at Penn that are in open revolt over this. And Penn is a prime example of what the Trump administration has to do and continue to do with these area schools, Philadelphia public schools and all these others who are still just flouting the law. Penn got it. They saw $175 million. They said, okay. And that's why it was so important to give the records back to the females who earned them. But Beans Veloci, I believe, I may be butchering the last name. I mean, it jumps out at you. When you see Beans complaining, you got to say, I got to listen to this person. Sex is not real. That non-binaries, no, don't even think it. It is not real. And that's her life's work, trying to convince people of that. And Penn, even though they employ her, or what them, has shut that down. It's a big deal with Penn and what's happened with universities. Also a big deal, the education department. We played you Ronald Reagan promising that 43 years ago. Trump is actually getting these things done. The other thing he's getting done, the government has started prioritizing the English language, the Trump administration, across all agencies. Remember that? Now, this has been promised for some time. The federal government has begun to implement President Trump's March 1 executive order designating English as the official language of the U.S., with initial guidance issued by the Department of Justice on Monday. Where allowed by law, agencies should determine which of their programs, grants, and policies might serve the public at large better if operated exclusively in English. All right, so expect to see more on that. And you might think, big deal. These things, though, have been promised before. That's why the Epstein thing is so contrary and Trump not getting it. This is a promise. You heard Alan Dershowitz, what he says could be done here. He's inside that. He's got an editorial in the Wall Street Journal today. We had him on. The bottom line is they ought to try to move to unredact the material that's there. He claims that judges are the ones holding this up. Okay. If they make that move, they try to do that. That makes sense. Then we'll have to stand down. By the way, Dinesh D'Souza, of all people, Dan, you know, I like Dinesh. We really have done good stuff with him over the years. Henry, this is cut 6. I think he does a internet/TV, a YouTube maybe. Here's Dinesh D'Souza telling viewers it's time to move on from Epstein.
My case for moving on does not have to do with anything like that. I think that right now it seems pretty clear we're not going to get more information out of the government. They have closed the case. Unless Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in prison, speaks out, and she's free to speak out. By the way, she's given a couple of interviews, but really not very informative. One of the articles, Debbie pulled up this article about the fact that she's nicknamed Prison Princess because she has filed something like over 100 complaints in the prison. I guess her point is, I'm an aristocrat. and I'm being treated like a peasant. She complains about the food. She complains about the fact that the pillows that she's using makes her sneeze, that there's not proper vegan options in the dining hall. I mean, this is, after all, prison. But leaving all that kind of nonsense aside, I don't think we're going to get more out of Epstein. And the reason I think that there is a case to be made for moving on has to do with something I'm going to talk about more tomorrow, but I'm just going to mention it today. And that is this very interesting New York Times article just out this morning about Biden's fake pardons. And I say Biden's fake pardons because the thrust of this article, again, more details to come tomorrow, is Biden did not individually approve these pardons, nor, as we suspected, did Biden sign the pardons.
Okay, so there's Dinesh. I don't know what that has to do with Epstein and moving on. We are at this, it's all over the place now. I'm in the camp that says, no, we should not move on. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to accuse Trump of all the things that have been left, but I don't think they're hearing what I judge people want in this and some of the reasons why. I mean, he's delivered on the other things people have complained about for years, or is making a real good faith effort to deliver. Well, this is one of them. What's so hard about it? You heard Dersowitz. Might be a bit defensive for obvious reasons. That's the way I read it. All right, get in on the lightning round. Not the lightning round, the side question, 855-839-1210. Coming up, he talked about aristocrats. A Jersey aristocrat is now subpoenaed by the acting prosecutor over in Jersey about comments around sheltering illegal aliens, or at least one illegal alien. We'll tell you who that is, and is the day of reckoning coming for this aristocrat with bad hair. Straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
The Phillies welcome the Boston Red Sox on Monday, July 21st and Tuesday, July 22nd, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, July 23rd at 7:05. Order your tickets today at Phillies.com. Bring home the best bobble in baseball on Friday, July 18th when the Phillies take on the Angels at 6:45 and all fans receive a Pico JT Realmuto bobble figurine. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. All right, all-time prison side question. Could be a song, can be a book, movie, whatever it might be. He's not going to prison, but he has been subpoenaed. The Prince of Hair, Cut 15.
This isn't a trans case, but Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her. So it's going to be a whole combination, all of the above.
All right, so now Lena Haba has subpoenaed under oath to bring in Phil Murphy. Was he just Murphyizing, or was this actually somebody there that was there illegally? Remember that? And challenging the feds. It's worth it. I don't know what'll come of it, but it's worth it. All right, Dan and I, in the beginning, the first time we played this guy with Guam, it is, in my view, Dan, probably the all-time soundbite that you can find. That's an extensive soundbite anyhow. That would be Hank Johnson. And the straight man is the admiral who says he'll get back to him about Guam tipping over by bringing in, I think it was 7,000 military and their spouses and all that. You know, and I started to look at aerial shots of Wildwood. Boy, it really is surrounded by water. It doesn't feel like it when you're there, but when you see it from the air, could it really tip over Guam? Well, he's back. YouTube.com/1210 1210. Here is Hank Johnson. How's this guy elected? Well, there's a lot of Congress people like this, singing about the Epstein files.
Congressman Hank Johnson coming to give you some more ear candy or perhaps an earache. But I'm going to do my best off of this Jason Isbell tune, Dreamsicle. Epstein died by suicide. Believe that and you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? We've gone along with what's been told. You've had plenty of time, you're in control. But now you say you will withhold the Epstein file. Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding armchair. Trump's howling at the moon. Release the Epstein file soon.
I wouldn't say this is among his greatest. My favorite might be, might be the midgets when he keeps on saying you're not allowed to say midgets taking on giants.
Yeah, he's bad.
What was the other one?
My fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
Capsize.
And the balloons.
The balloons.
Oh, the helium equity.
The helium stuff was just unbelievable. The midgets, you like the...
I love the midgets.
I love the midgets because...
Well, we can't say that word.
He keeps on saying, I can't say it. And then he goes, I said it again. Yes. All right, here, before we take some more on the side question, here's President Trump in the gaggle in the driveway there, or on the tarmac on the way to Pennsylvania, responding to the Epstein complaints.
A very, very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing. And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
All right, so this comes down to President Trump trying to say, well, they made this up about Epstein, pointing to stuff like the Russian collusion. Come on. You heard Alan Dershowitz. As much as I admire him overall, there's a lot of defensive stuff here. So how is Maxwell in jail? Dershowitz said, yeah, well, that's a good question. It's just revenge of what? No, there was stuff going on here. Now, do we know definitively Gates and Prince Andrew and Clinton and all that? We know Clinton was on their plane, but there was a relief mission they went to with one. Is it about that? I think it's more about people saying, look, we admire all the other stuff you've accomplished. This, though, was pushed forward by Trump, by Bongino, by a number of people. And I think there's a lot of credibility that they were going off to the island. And whatever holes you can punch in it, people just want it put to bed. And President Trump seems reluctant to do that. You heard the O'Reilly excuse yesterday. O'Reilly telling me on St. Patrick's Day, President Trump told him, well, a lot of innocent people would be defamed here if we release that. Counter, you don't have to release all that. You use your judgments on this. You heard Alan Dershowitz today say what could be released here, or at least go to court with the judges that might be holding some of it up. Will this continue? Yeah, I think it's going to continue. I don't think people are going to revolt per se, but they want to get to the bottom of this. They want to say, look, you're checking all these boxes. Why not this one? All right. Here's President Trump, too, responding to Adam Schiff being referred to the Department of Justice.
Mr. President.
We want Adam Schiff brought to justice.
I would love to see him brought to justice. I'll tell you what, I think Adam Schiff is one of the lowest of the low. I would love to see him brought to justice. He's a dishonest, crooked guy. I don't know about the individual charge, if that even happens, but Adam Schiff is a serious lowlife.
Well, so's Epstein. All right. By the way, I forgot to mention, it's Tuesday. Usually on Tuesday, I'm wearing the Bent's wear on YouTube. Every Tuesday, you'll see that for Dr. I got to get some different colored shirts, so we have to broaden the Bent's merchandising. All right. It is the lightning round next. So get in, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time prison film, book, song, and we'll put your name into the hat for the Friday drawing. 855-839-1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
This July, Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and Cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
Honey marks, get set.
And you're off, racing towards your retirement goals. But you're not there yet. The markets are up and then they're down, and you are not getting anywhere on Wall Street's financial treadmill. Do the ups and downs of the markets leave you feeling sick?
When I look at the stock market, I want to throw up. You have your eyes halfway closed when you're looking at the stock market because it's like, oh my God, is it down? And every day that you go through this, it's stressful. And I'm tired of being stressed.
If you're like Linda and don't want financial stress in retirement, there is a solution.
Russell Convery. I started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2017. This year, my wife and I have earned 8% through the Crash Proof Retirement System. We did have a few drops in the market, but my money was safe. You know your money's safe and it's going to grow.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. All-time genre of any sort involving prison, jail. Drew and Upper Darby with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom. Thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it. Hey, Dom. The movie is Nevada Smith with Steve McQueen, where Steve McQueen's mother is savagely murdered by 3 men, and one of the murderers ends up in a prison for a crime that he didn't for a different crime. So Steve McQueen, just to get this guy back, he vows revenge. He robs a bank on purpose just to be locked up with this other guy who killed his mom, and he gets him. And one of the other murderers is Carl Malden. I forget the other guy, but it's a fascinating movie. Steve McQueen and Revenge. Thanks a lot, Tom.
Thank you. I've heard of Nevada Smith.
That's not the Steve McQueen prison movie I thought I'd hear today.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit offbeat. All right, the Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
I'm going to go with one of my favorite Christmas movies, that and The Lethal Weapon. The movie would be Stalag 17. It was based on a Broadway play which was written by 2 former prisoners of war in a German POW camp. And it won William Holden the Best Supporting Actor, mainly because they thought that he was ripped off for Sunset Boulevard the year before. And a large number of the people that actually worked on the film were prisoners of war in German prison camps at the time.
Yeah, that's Charles Bronson and a bunch of British actors, too.
No, you're thinking of The Great Escape. Stalag 17 was William Holden and Harvey Lundbeck and Peter Graves, black and white.
All right, thank you, Earl. We'll put that down. Jerry in Wilmington. All right, Jerry, what's yours today?
Tom, I got a classic. My Cousin Vinny. These 2 youths, Your Honor. Mr. Gambini, what is a youth? Excuse me, Your Honor. These 2 youths. My Cousin Vinny.
Youths. Yes, very nice. Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what's the prison connection for you?
The prison connection for me is a 1993 film directed by and produced by Steven Spielberg. about a guy named Oscar Schindler. Schindler's List.
All right. No more we need on that. By the way, I'm watching as we speak, and Dave Sunday, we hope to get back on the show, the Attorney General. Speaking of crime, retail theft on Capitol Hill today. It's reached a level that is beyond astronomical. And it's not just the money. It's how many things can you lock up and still say you're actually shopping. Got to talk about that. You know, the protocol. Do I really want this? Do I want the guy to come over with the key? No, maybe I won't get it. Leslie in Bryn Mawr. Leslie, you've had this up on Twitter all day, and nobody took it. What's yours?
It is the Count of Monte Cristo, and I just want to do a special aloha to Comrade Dan.
Hey there, Leslie. Aloha.
We're still getting over the commie thing yesterday. That was kind of over the top. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I want license plates on the front of cars. That makes me
Yeah, he's going to run for
more government, Dan. We don't need more government.
I think he's running for a mayor in South Jersey now, and they're going to institute the same thing the guy in New York has.
He's not going to be running MAGA if he wants to put license. Well, in Jersey, he should say run under taking them off the front.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Leslie.
Run on pure Bruce Springsteen hate.
That's a winner. Glenn in Ocean City. How's the weather in Ocean City today, Glenn?
Pretty overcast, but and humid, but still a nice summer day.
Yep.
I wanted to offer up a very underappreciated Clint Eastwood movie, Escape from Alcatraz, and I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's an excellent storyline. Of course, it's conjecture about the three guys that got away from Alcatraz, and it was the last time he worked with Don Siegel, I believe, who was his mentor in directing movies.
Thank you, Glenn, very much. Yeah, I don't think anybody escaped Alcatraz.
I'm excited for Escape from Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, that's right. Are we going to see something from there?
I'm picturing like Captain Hook, like trying to avoid the alligators, like something like that.
And I don't think you're escaping from that prison in El Salvador. That really does seem to be impossible.
A hoverboat comes by.
There was a famous here locally, though, Dan. I don't want to say all the last names because I really was friendly with the one guy involved. But they landed a helicopter at a prison to escape. I'll tell you the family off the air. Yeah, well, locally.
The same one that flew you up to New York for the Bill O'Reilly appearance?
No. You know that? I'm glad you remember that story. I was actually saying, I'll fly right up there. O'Reilly's sick. They call me, his top guy, and he says, could you get up to New York in, I think you said, an hour? They were going to have me fill in doing the O'Reilly factor at the height of it.
Which is impressive, but the helicopter, I want to go back to the helicopter at the prison real quick.
Yes.
The guy landed it like in...
Yeah. I have to Google it and see why he escaped or didn't escape.
Apparently, there's a lot of 10 jaw-dropping prison escapes involving helicopters.
But this was a guy.
Stop parking them there.
This was a guy you'll know when I tell you who it was off air, and the family. The family was in criminal, and his whole life was to make up for that.
When you phrase like that, it sounds like we're in some kind of criminal enterprise. You're like, yeah, you know him, you know.
Well, I'll tell you. All right, I'll say it.
Don't say it.
All right, David in Lexington, South Carolina, where there are no prisons. David, what's yours?
There was a prison helicopter escape in South Carolina back in 1985, though. Just going to put that out there.
Hey, so when I think about movies, music, or TV, and jail, I think of one thing: Andy Griffith's Show.
All right, thank you, David. All right, Henry, who do you like today?
Yeah, there was a few good ones today. Honestly, I liked Chef Dave in Oakland's answer with The White Rose. Don't get too many foreign film recommendations. And the fact that, you saw some 80s movie 20 some odd years ago and still remembered it, I think that's worth something. I also liked Earl Tacona's answer with the Stalag 17.
All right, Dan, how about yours?
I'm really reading about these helicopter prison escapes.
Yeah, I hear you.
Absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, I told you, but I'll explain.
Andy Griffith's show is good. I like Escape from Alcatraz, which caused some conversation just now. I think I'm going to defer to you guys, though. Green Mile is an all-time favorite movie of mine, believe it or not. So I like Joe of Columbus's answer, but there's some bias there.
What, Joe of Columbus?
Yeah,
he was Green Mile.
You guys,
he was the Green Mile.
Yeah, I'll defer to you guys. Though.
All right, I'll go with Green Mile. I'll go with Joe on that. It was a good call as always. All right, we'll put him in there. Put him into the hat. And tomorrow we may, Dan, unveil father's advice to Dan.
There you go.
We're finally going to do it. I think so. And I think a lot of women are going to be interested to hear their answer. If you remember, the all-time was what should be the dance with your mom at your wedding. Phone lines are still ringing on that one. No, we're not going to do that. I mean, poor Jim Kelly. All right. We have the Greenberg's attorney tomorrow. It's on Hulu now. The young woman, did she commit suicide or was she killed? And the implication of Josh Shapiro as far as sorting out the legal matters. You'll hear that tomorrow. Rich Cioli Show is next. All that on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail.